Hey guys, give me a minute. Setting up. Had some technical difficulties from yesterday. That's why yesterday it looked like a cluster show. I'll be with you in a minute. Please stand by. Thank you. Okay. As we get started.
I'm not lengthening my lifespan by explaining this stuff, to say the least.
This is Elon Musk, by the way.
I mean, I was supposed to go back to DC. How long is this on? In fact, I do think like this, it's like, I actually have to be careful that I don't push too hard on the corruption stuff. Because it's going to give me, you know, yeah. It's like, I was actually thinking about that on the plane over here. It's like, if I push too hard on the corruption stuff, people get desperate is the issue. Right. And then it's like, okay, if the money flow cuts off, then okay, they can't afford school for their kids. Right. Then they're like, well, do you want to be for my kids? Type of thing. Yeah. You know, it's like, oh, jeez. I'm not lengthening my lifespan by explaining this stuff, to say the least. I mean, I was supposed to go back to DC. How long is this live? In fact, I do think this, it's like, I actually have to be careful that I don't push too hard on the corruption stuff, because it's going to give me, you know, yeah. It's like, I was actually thinking about that on the plane over here. It's like, if I push too hard on the corruption stuff, people get desperate is the issue. Right. And then it's like, okay, if the money flow cuts off, then okay, they can't afford school for their kids. Right. Then they're like, well, do you want to be for my kids? Type of thing. Yeah. You know, it's like, oh, jeez. I'm not lengthening my lifespan by explaining, to say the least. I mean, I was supposed to go back to DC. How long is this live? In fact, I do think like this, it's like, I actually have to be careful that I don't push too hard on the corruption stuff, because it's going to give me, you know, yeah. You know, it's like, I was actually thinking about that on the plane over here. It's like, if I push too hard on the corruption stuff, people get desperate is the issue. Right. And then it's like, okay, if the money flow cuts off, then okay, they can't afford school for their kids. Right. Then they're like, well, do you want to be for my kids? Type of thing. Yeah. You know, it's like, oh, jeez. I'm not lengthening my lifespan by explaining the.
So I'm going to suggest at this point, and I'm going to allege, something may have gotten to the honest players in the game. If any of you follow me any length of time over on TikTok, before my third account got nuked, you know exactly where I'm leaning at. But I've come to the conclusion as well. Again, this is for entertainment purposes. This is just a opinion. Opinions look assholes. Everybody has an asshole. In fact, some of them have two. Just kidding. It's a joke. Fuck you if you can't take a joke. Anyway. What I was initially looking for was an audio check. there's some shit going on in the background. Things that we don't know about, things we don't see, but yeah.
If the objective was to...
Oops.
If the objective was to achieve the best risk-adjusted return, starting our company is insane. But that was not my objective. I simply come to the conclusion that if something didn't happen to improve rocket technology, we would be stuck on it forever. And the big aerospace companies just had no interest in radical innovation. All they wanted to do was try to make their old technology slightly better every year, and in fact, sometimes it would actually get worse. And particularly the rockets is pretty bad. Like in 69, we were able to go to the moon with Saturn V, and then the space shuttle could only take people to low orbit, and then the space shuttle retired, and then that trend is basically trends to zero. People sometimes think technology just automatically gets better every year, but it actually doesn't. It only gets better if smart people work like crazy to make it better. That's how any technology actually gets better. If the objective was...
Yeah, we'll tie this over here.
Well, that's not really a subject for discussion in this forum. I think obviously there should be a conversation for if this is something incredible was done, the competition should match that something incredible was done. But I'm confident that whatever some activist posing as a judge in Delaware happens to do will not affect future compensation.
This is the judge who twice struck down the $56 million pay package that was awarded to you. I think of that on the basis, on current value of stock options. Yeah.
Not the judge. The activist who is cosplaying a judge in a Halloween costume.
Okay, that's your characterization. Your decision to be committed to Tesla for the next 5 years is completely independent of pay?
No. Well, that's not really a subject.
Okay, so yeah, there's stuff going on in the background that's affecting everybody. I think Elon kind of sits on the fence. I mean, don't get me wrong, Elon is my favorite billionaire. He's, on one hand, done more for people in the last few years. But on the other hand, the systems and designs that are coming to play that he's trying to, in my opinion, benefit humanity with, people have found to bastardize, in my opinion. And that goes along with a few of his former PayPal mafia cohorts. One of which I am dead certain is a fucking psychopath. Again, that's my opinion, and I'm going to say allegedly. You should catch up some of the videos that are floating around about his former cohort, or anyway, presumably former, but who knows what they do on the back end. But here's an interesting one. Check this out.
Get out of my yard. Hi.
Hi, everyone. I just saw your sign right here. The Elon sign. They're just kind of going around doing a campaign, talking to local Elon Musk supporters. Oh, it just says Elon for president, sponsored by Tesla. You don't want to sign a petition?
Get out of my yard.
It's sponsored by Tesla.
Out of my yard now. Get out of my yard.
Sure you want to sign it?
Sometimes you just nail it. You just nailed it.
That was a Benny Johnson clip. I don't know. Sign said Elon Musk for president, sponsored by Tesla. I think that was a play on Elon's new third-party perspective. Don't know. That's food for thought, though. Problem is, he can never be president because he's not a U.S. citizen, theoretically. But, allegedly, Obama broke that mold and opened the door for it. Allegedly. Let's see here. What else we got going on here? And what's up with all these shootings? We're getting a bunch of shootings lately. Usually, after time goes on and the dust settles from these shootings, you start drawing conclusions, connecting dots. Again, I'm not going to elaborate what I suspect, because the writing's on the wall. It's the same playbook, just different venue. So that brings me over to some of the videos I want to play. Let's see what we got here. Let's see, where do we got to play first? This is a 20-minute clip.
Actually, I had quite an illustrious career, 27 and a half years in the FBI. And in those 27 and a half years, I had 13 assignments, so I moved around the country. The only part of the country I never did live in was really the extreme northeast U.S. So also during my career, I handled just about everything. I was counter-espionage, counter-terrorism in New York and Connecticut, and I negotiated with some skyjackers at Philadelphia International Airport for 2.5 hours, July the 12th, 1972. And I ended up being in charge of most of Southern California. Had over 700 personnel under my command. I personally investigated the Oklahoma City bombing case, huge cover-up. Jack Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. Bobby Kennedy's assassination, huge cover-up. World Trade Center, huge cover-up. Okay, terrorism. They're using it as an excuse to take away our constitutional rights and our civil liberties. The Bilderbergs. I'm Ted L. Gunderson, a 27-year veteran of the FBI who retired in March of 1979. At the time of my retirement, I was the senior special agent in charge of the FBI Los Angeles Division with more than 700 personnel under my command and a budget of $22.5 million. I was an agent on the street for 9.5 years, and then I advanced administratively. I was a supervisor, and then I was number 2 man in Connecticut and Philadelphia, and assistant special agent in charge was the title. And then I became a chief inspector, and then I was agent in charge in Memphis, Dallas, and the senior special agent in charge in Los Angeles, because I had 3 other special agents in charge under me and 24 supervisors under them. I have information chiseled in stone, documented, that the FBI had advanced knowledge about 911 and did nothing to prevent this from occurring. And this is atrocious, it's unbelievable, having been a former FBI agent myself, and it's very obvious that this whole thing is being orchestrated by the powers that be at the highest level of our government, and I want the world to know about it. The minute I saw the planes fly in to the tower on television, live as a matter of fact, the question I had in my mind was, there is no way, absolutely no way, that somebody could skyjack 4 planes, 20 people, skyjack 4 planes, in this case 19 individuals, and our government would not know about it in advance. We have, the U.S. government, the most advanced intelligence techniques of anybody in the world. And you'll never convince me we didn't have advanced knowledge about what was going on. We saw the airplanes go in, and it's also a question about whether they're remotely controlled. I don't know about that. I hate to comment on something where I have no documentation, but there's much more to this story than has come out so far. You will never in a million years convince me that those buildings, the towers, collapsed because those planes hit them. I'm confident that they were imploded. As a matter of fact, there were seismograph readings they think from the basement, 2 of them, about the time that the buildings collapsed. There were also molten steel that was in the basement, which is a very high temperature for melting steel, and those planes hit above the 80th floor, so there's no way that airplane fuel could have dropped down that low. Also, there were fires that burned in the basement for some 100 days afterwards. So there's some implication, and there's some finagling, there's some maneuvering, as far as I'm concerned, and there are many, many more people involved in this than these so-called skyjackers and terrorists. The anti-terrorism legislation was written back in the middle 1980s under the George Bush Sr. administration. A female Department of Justice attorney, who was one of the authors, made the statement publicly, before this passes Congress, people have to be killed. Now, if we fast forward to a World Trade Center car bombing in February 1993. At that time, the FBI had a 43-year-old former Egyptian army officer as an informant who was in with the terrorists. He was commissioned by the terrorists to put the bomb together. He went to his FBI superiors, we're going to use a dummy bomb, right? And they said, no, we're going to use a real bomb. So the FBI not only knew in advance that they were going to bomb the World Trade Center, they furnished the ingredients for the bomb, which is absolutely unbelievable that they get away with this. What's unbelievable about it is this was actually printed in the New York Times on October 28, 1993. But they got away with it. And if I was a congressman or senator, I would demand an investigation. Why would the FBI furnish the ingredients for the bomb that brought down or that had damaged the World Trade Center in February 1993? We had 6 people killed there. We had 1,000 people injured. We had a total of 6 citizens who died in the February 1993 World Trade Center car bombing. We had $1,000 worth of 1,000 individuals were injured. We had $500,000 in damage. But there weren't enough people who died to pass the anti-terrorism legislation. So now we fast forward to May the 19th, April the 19th, 1995, Oklahoma City bombing. We had 169 people who died, probably 169 because there was one leg they never did identify. And a year later, the anti-terrorism legislation passed. Now, it wasn't tough enough. I can't prove that there were explosives that were placed in the World Trade Center in the 9/11 situation. However, from what I've seen, an expert on implosions from Albuquerque, New Mexico, who worked for the government under government contract, stated immediately afterwards that the buildings were imploded. And then he retracted his statement and said, well, maybe they were, maybe they weren't. Basically, now he's saying that they weren't imploded. But other experts who have looked at the pictures say that the buildings were imploded. I think that in order to implode those buildings, there had to be implications, government implications or involvement in placing these charges. I mean, that was a tremendous project. I mean, I don't know how many people would be involved in that. Going back to Oklahoma City, an inside investigator told me there were at least 11 other people involved in the Oklahoma City bombing. Now, If you have 11 other people involved in Oklahoma City, you're going to have 3 or 4 times that involved in the World Trade Center situation. Going back to Oklahoma City, the government claimed that there was a fertilizer, ammonium nitrate fertilizer bomb in the truck. Initially, it came out, I think, with 1,500 pounds, and then it's 2,500 pounds. In the end, they said 4,800 pounds. A fertilizer bomb explodes in 360 degrees, but there's no question about it. The bomb that was in that truck was a directional bomb. Now, there was a bomb called electrohydrodynamic gaseous fuel device that was developed in the early 1980s, highly classified. It was developed by Hercules Manufacturing in Silicon Valley, California. At the time of the first explosion in the experiment in Area 51, 2 technicians died because they underestimated its the power and the strength of this bomb. My main informant, Michael Reconasuto, whose firm, Hercules Manufacturing, actually developed this bomb. Michael was with the agency for years, as was his father, Marshall, told me that the bomb, the truck bomb in Oklahoma City was this electrohydrodynamic gaseous fuel device. We call it a pineapple bomb because it's the size of a pineapple, but very, very powerful. And then what I think happened in Oklahoma City is that we had the pineapple bomb go off, and then 9 seconds later we had a conventional bomb go off on the inside.
With regard to this proceeding, basically there are 4 elements that I have to receive information regarding.
Everybody, let's get out of here. Now, what's the electricity line? What's the line? What's the line? Yeah. Out the back door. All the way to the right.
I have a newspaper article, actually a publication from the Fireman's magazine, where the author, who is the editor of the magazine and obtained the information from the Oklahoma City Fire Department, states that 4 unexploded devices were brought out of Oklahoma City, the Murrah building. That 4 unexploded devices were brought out of the Murrah building. This is in this article, Fireman's publication. I think it was September of 1995 when it was published. Now, if that's the case, then you had 5 conventional bombs planted on the inside, and you had the barometric bomb, or the pineapple bomb, in the truck. And now we have the news media. I have copies of the news media that were recorded that afternoon, the afternoon of Oklahoma City. And reporter after reporter after reporter has made the statement, oh, they recovered a bomb that was unexploded. One of them is specifically said, they recovered a bomb, and now we're going to know where the bombs came from because it has U.S. Army written on the side, stenciled on the side. So we have, and McVeigh, as far as McVeigh was concerned, I think McVeigh was a mind control victim. The government said he's flunked out of Special Forces. I doubt that. I think he was in Special Forces. He wrote a letter to his sister saying he'd been recruited by the CIA to be trained as a professional assassin and also to work on the CIA drug operation. And he was visited in Oklahoma City and in Colorado when he was in custody by Dr. Jolly West, DLA. Dr. West is the foremost expert on MKUltra. MKUltra is a government CIA mind control program. I had absolutely no knowledge of the project, MKUltra, the Monarch project, during the period I was in the FBI. It was only after I got out of the FBI and I started doing my own research And that came about because I was the investigator of the Jeffrey R. McDonald case. He's a former Green Beret doctor who was convicted of murdering his wife and 2 children in Fort Bragg, February 17, 1970. And he was tried and convicted, sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences. I was called into the case after he'd been tried and convicted. His friends said he's innocent, and I began my investigation. And within 10 months, October 25, 1980, I obtained a signed confession from a girl, Helena Stokely, who said Dr. McDonald did not commit those crimes. They were committed by her satanic cult group. The satanic cult group was distributing drugs up and down the East Coast. They were being flown in plastic bags of the body cavities of the dead GIs coming out of Southeast Asia. And this is the late 60s, early 70s. This is all documented. Time magazine, January 1, 1973. Dr. McDonald is absolutely innocent, and he's in jail today, 20-some years in prison. Now, the reason I tell you about that case is because after I developed this information and went public with my confession from Helena, I was on national TV, I was on radio talk shows, and people came from all parts of the United States and said, hey, I know all about that, satanic cults, it's for real, I'm a victim, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's how I became involved and embroiled in these very controversial issues. And then I started doing my own research, and one thing led to another. And then I investigated international child kidnapping ring out of the Midwest, out of Nebraska. They were flying children out of Sioux City, Iowa to Washington, D.C. for sex orgies with congressmen and senators. And just went on and on. Then I had the McMartin case out of Southern California. The children were dropped off in the school in the morning by their parents. They picked them up late in the afternoon. In the interim, they put the kids through tunnels and up into the trapdoor, the triplex next door, put them in automobiles and prostituted them. 2, 3, 4-year-old children. Unbelievable. And this is how I became involved in all these issues. And I just kept going, as any good investigator would do. I just keep going. The international child kidnapping ring is not being exposed. I have personally given my documentation to the FBI on at least 6 or 8 occasions, and I have been ignored because it's a covert CIA child kidnapping operation that's been active since the early 1960s. What's happening here is these children are being flown, or were in the past in the 1980s, out of Sioux City, Iowa, to Washington, D.C. for these sex orgies for the purpose of blackmailing the congressmen, of compromising them. And, of course, hey, there's a bill that's going to be passed on Monday, and then I can come around to you and say, Congressman, you remember when you were with that little boy, that little girl last Friday? Okay, you better vote this way. That's exactly what's happening. It's called blackmail.
Now, allegedly, from the time this video was originally created to now, August 17th, 2025, we have a slight inclination as to the background of this situation. And we can thank some groups like Anonymous for forcing the hand of some of these documents being dropped. Anyway, I digress. Back to the video.
This is a CIA covert operation. It's called the Finders out of Washington, D.C. And they're involved in kidnapping and international trafficking of children around the world. And I had, in my day, in the 80s, I had one of the kids who was actually part of the kidnapping team. When he was 10, 11, 12 years old, they would put him out as a decoy in the parks or shopping malls and so forth, and to attract the kids his age over near the car, and then the adults would grab the children and be off with them. One little kid was a 12-year-old newspaper boy named Johnny Gosh out of West Des Moines, Iowa. Johnny Gosh was kidnapped, and back in 1982, he was taken in, used as a sex slave. Later, he and another kid escaped. They stole a car and escaped, and Johnny Gosh is in hiding right today, by the way. The children are used for body parts. They're used for satanic ceremonies, human sacrifices. They're used as sex slaves. In 1997, I think it was, I was in Denver giving a lecture. I had a tip from an airline employee that 210 children flew out of Denver to New York and then on to Paris, France. The airline employee who saw this was refueling the plane, asked a female adult and two male adults who were with the children, asked a female adult and two male adults who were with the children, who are these kids? And the woman says, Child Protective Services, mind your own business. And that man, by the way, has disappeared. I also had a tip from an airline employee, a flight attendant out of Los Angeles, that a plane load of kids, children, was flown to Paris, France. Paul Benassi, my informant inside the Nebraska case, who was part of the Child Network, told me that some of these kids are auctioned off. He's attended 6 such auctions. As few as 6 and as many as 36 children were auctioned off at these various auctions. The children sell for up to $50,000 each, sometimes more. The ages are 2 to 21. The kids stand on a stage in their underwear with a number across with the string around their neck and a number on a cord, on a piece of cardboard, and the people in the audience bid on them, just like bidding on an automobile. This is going on right under our nose. I've given this to the FBI and demanded an investigation. I gave the latest complaint I filed is in writing as of November of this last year. I just keep pumping it over to them, keep giving it to them. And I have a U.S. Customs report that documents this.
In terms of political spending, I'm going to do a lot less in the future.
And why is that?
I think I've done enough.
Is it because of blowback?
Well, if I see a reason to do political spending in the future, I will do it. I don't currently see a reason.
What about political influence beyond the US? How often do you speak to President Putin?
I don't speak to President Putin.
You've never spoken to President Putin?
I was on a video call with him once about 5 years ago.
That's the only...
Why would you think I speak to President Putin? Oh, you must... Oh, I get it.
Because
You
I've
believe the
heard you
legacy.
speak. Actually, I've heard you speak about it. For example, in your West Point speech, you said, "Oh, I challenged President Putin to was it an arm wrestle? And I know the Wall Street Journal has reported your reported conversations.
Okay.
If you're saying they haven't happened other than once, I'll take that as read.
Is there a worse publication on the face of the earth than the Wall Street Journal? I wouldn't use that to line up my cage for paratraffics. In terms of political spending, I'm going to do...
Anyway. May or may not be relevant. Don't know. It's just out there. Just like this little number.
I never know what we're allowed to say about these very sensitive contracts, but I'll tell you what it means for the nation. This country is focused on using
This is
AI
Alex Karp
to
from
have a structural
Palantir.
advantage in how we deploy and understand the battlefield, deploy our assets and understand the battlefield. And Palantir plays a crucial role in that arena. We're going to continue to play a crucial role in that arena. And by the way, we're making it possible through our software to allow other software and hardware companies to work off of our platform. So this is not just a win for Palantir, though it is, and I'm very proud of it. This is a win, quite frankly, for the tech ecosystem that powers this nation. I never...
Yeah. Gotta watch him.
This is a pair of needle-nose pliers used by all electricians in Germany.
Oh,
It can
I hate
replace
these ads.
multiple tools like
Before we start, tell me where you're listening from in the comments. Maybe you are someone who thinks successful people can trust the people closest to them without question. Maybe you assume that having money and status means you can rely on loyalty from those who work with you every day. Maybe you have never experienced the devastating realization that someone you trusted completely has been betraying that trust for years, documenting your private conversations and decisions for purposes you never understood. This conversation is for you. I want to tell you about the day I discovered that my personal assistant of 9 years, someone who knew my schedule better than I did, who had access to my most confidential business discussions, who had been in the room for my most private phone calls and family conversations, had been systematically collecting information about my life and sharing it with people who were not supposed to have it. This was not about corporate espionage or foreign governments or any of the dramatic scenarios that people associate with the word spy. This was about something much more personal and devastating. Discovering that someone I had trusted with the most intimate details of my daily life had been documenting and reporting those details to third parties for reasons that I am still trying to understand. Today I want to share this story because I believe many people underestimate how vulnerable they are to betrayal by those closest to them, especially when success creates situations where you must rely on other people to manage aspects of your life that you cannot handle alone. Sometimes the greatest threats to your privacy and security come not from sophisticated external enemies, but from the people who have legitimate access to your life. This discovery forced me to confront uncomfortable truths about trust, loyalty, and the price of success that requires you to share confidential information with people whose motivations you may not fully understand. It taught me lessons about paranoia versus prudence, about the difference between reasonable caution and destructive suspicion, and about how to rebuild trust after experiencing profound betrayal. The experience changed my understanding of privacy, security, and the relationship between wealth and vulnerability in ways that continue to influence how I structure my personal and professional life. Her name was Jennifer Walsh, and she had been my executive assistant since 2013, when Tesla was transitioning from a struggling startup to a company that was finally proving electric vehicles could be commercially successful, and SpaceX was working toward its first cargo missions to the International Space Station. She had been hired during one of the most demanding periods of both companies, when I desperately needed someone who could manage the impossible complexity of coordinating schedules, communications, and logistics across multiple high-pressure projects. Jennifer had seemed perfect for the role from the beginning. She was incredibly organized, calm under extreme pressure, and possessed the kind of meticulous attention to detail that made it possible for me to focus on technical and strategic decisions, while trusting that everything else would be handled competently and discreetly. Over the 9 years she worked for me, Jennifer became more than just an assistant. She became the person who managed the practical aspects of my life that I did not have time or mental bandwidth to handle myself. She coordinated my travel between multiple locations, managed my personal schedule across different time zones, screened my communications from hundreds of daily requests, and served as the crucial interface between my private life and the constant demands of running multiple companies. Jennifer knew when I was struggling with difficult engineering problems, when I was worried about my children's adjustment to shared custody arrangements, when I was having relationship difficulties, and when I was dealing with health issues that I preferred to keep private from employees and the public. She heard my phone calls with lawyers about legal strategies, with accountants about personal finances, and with family members about private matters that I discussed with no one else. She scheduled my medical appointments with specialists, managed sensitive personal financial transactions, and had access to information about my life that even my closest friends and family members did not possess. She knew about my sleep patterns during stressful periods, my eating habits when I was working 18-hour days, my exercise routines, and my daily emotional state in ways that only someone who coordinated every aspect of my schedule could know. Most importantly, I trusted Jennifer completely. After 9 years of working together through some of the most stressful and demanding periods of my career, she had demonstrated such consistent reliability, discretion, and loyalty that I never questioned her motivations or wondered whether she might have interests beyond helping me manage my responsibilities effectively. Jennifer handled confidential business information about product launches, merger discussions, and strategic planning with what seemed like perfect professionalism. When journalists called trying to get information about my personal life or insider details about company operations, she deflected them skillfully and completely. When business competitors attempted to use her as a source of inside information about Tesla or SpaceX strategies, she appeared to refuse them entirely. I relied on Jennifer's judgment about which people should have access to me, trusted her assessments of which opportunities deserved my attention, and valued her insights about personal and professional relationships. She had become so integral to how I managed my daily life that I genuinely could not imagine functioning effectively without her support and expertise. But on February 23rd, 2022, I received a phone call that shattered everything I thought I knew about Jennifer and about the security of my private life. The call came from David Chen, a former NSA analyst who now worked as a private investigator specializing in corporate security and counterintelligence. David had been hired by my legal team to investigate potential security breaches after we discovered that confidential information about a major Tesla product launch had leaked to automotive industry publications weeks before our official announcement. During his investigation, David had discovered that detailed information about our internal strategic discussions was appearing in reports prepared by Meridian Intelligence, a corporate intelligence firm that specialized in providing competitive information to companies in the automotive, aerospace, and technology industries. The information in these reports was so specific, accurate, and timely that it could only have come from someone with direct access to my private conversations and internal company communications during executive meetings and planning sessions. David had traced the source of these leaks through financial records, communication patterns, and metadata analysis, and the evidence pointed directly to Jennifer. David explained that Jennifer had been receiving monthly payments from Meridian Intelligence for over 7 years, beginning shortly after she had been promoted to my primary assistant and had gained comprehensive access to my most confidential business and personal information. According to David's investigation, Jennifer had been providing Meridian Intelligence with detailed reports about my daily activities, my private conversations, my business strategies, my personal relationships, and my health and family situations. These reports were then compiled into comprehensive intelligence profiles that were sold to anyone willing to pay substantial fees for detailed information about my life and companies. The scope of Jennifer's betrayal was absolutely staggering. She had been documenting and reporting virtually every aspect of my private and professional life for over 7 years. She knew about business strategies months before they were announced publicly, about personal problems that I had shared with no one else, about family conflicts and relationship issues that I thought were completely private. She had been in the room during phone calls with my children, when I was navigating custody arrangements during my divorce. She had heard conversations with doctors about health concerns that I had not discussed with anyone else. She had access to financial information, legal strategies, and personal vulnerabilities that could have been used to cause significant harm to me professionally and personally. When David showed me examples of the reports that Meridian Intelligence had been producing based on Jennifer's information, I felt physically sick and violated in ways I had never experienced before. The documents contained details about my private life that were so accurate and intimate that reading them felt like having my personal diary read aloud by strangers who were analyzing my life for profit. The reports included information about my sleep patterns during stressful periods, my dietary habits and health routines, my exercise schedule, and personal grooming preferences. They described my moods, my relationships with my children, and my romantic relationships in clinical, detached language that made me feel like a laboratory specimen being studied rather than a human being living his life. But what was most disturbing was not just the invasion of privacy, but the realization that Jennifer had been observing and documenting my life with the cold, analytical perspective of someone who was studying me rather than supporting me. Every kindness I had shown her, every moment of vulnerability I had shared, every personal confidence I had trusted her with had been carefully recorded, analyzed, and commodified. The morning after David's devastating phone call, I confronted Jennifer directly in my office. I had spent the entire night awake, deciding how to handle the situation, whether to involve law enforcement immediately or to give her an opportunity to explain her actions and motivations. When I asked her directly about the payments from Meridian Intelligence, Jennifer initially denied any knowledge of the company or any inappropriate sharing of confidential information. But when I presented her with irrefutable evidence of the financial transactions and showed her specific examples of the intelligence reports that contained information only she could have provided, her denial collapsed completely. What she told me during that confrontation was, in some ways, more disturbing and painful than the betrayal itself. Jennifer explained that she had been approached by Meridian Intelligence representatives during her 4th year of employment with me, and that they had convinced her that providing them with information about my activities was not harmful because they were not using it for any illegal or directly competitive purposes. She said that Meridian Intelligence had explained their business model as providing comprehensive intelligence about industry leaders to investors, business partners, and other stakeholders who needed detailed information about decision-making processes and strategic thinking in order to make informed decisions about their own companies and investments. Jennifer claimed that she had convinced herself that the information she was providing was not significantly different from what was already available through public sources, industry publications, and normal business intelligence gathering, and that she was not sharing anything that could actually harm me or my companies in meaningful ways. But when I pressed her about specific examples of the information she had been providing, it became absolutely clear that she had been sharing details about my private life that went far beyond business strategy and decision-making. She had reported on my personal relationships, my health issues, my family conflicts, and my private communications in ways that had no legitimate business purpose whatsoever. What was most painful and infuriating was Jennifer's explanation of how she had justified her systematic betrayal to herself over the years. She said that she had come to believe that I was so wealthy and powerful that the information she was sharing could not really hurt me in any meaningful way, and that the money she was receiving from Meridian Intelligence was fair compensation for the additional work and risk involved in documenting and reporting my activities. She also said that she had convinced herself over time that I did not really value her as a person or appreciate her contributions beyond her functional utility, that I saw her only as an efficient tool whose job was to manage logistics without any regard for her financial needs, career development, or personal aspirations. She claimed that the payments from Meridian Intelligence had been necessary for her to afford the lifestyle required to work effectively in my high-pressure environment. This justification was particularly devastating and infuriating because it revealed that Jennifer had been harboring deep resentment about our working relationship for years while maintaining a perfect facade of loyalty, professionalism, and dedication. It suggested that her betrayal was not just about money, but about feelings of exploitation and disrespect that she had never expressed directly or given me any opportunity to address. I terminated Jennifer's employment immediately and referred the matter to law enforcement for comprehensive investigation. the FBI opened a criminal case into Meridian Intelligence's activities and eventually charged both Jennifer and several executives at the intelligence firm with various federal crimes related to unauthorized access to private information, conspiracy to commit corporate espionage, and violations of computer fraud statutes. But the legal consequences and criminal proceedings were far less important to me than the profound personal impact of discovering that someone I had trusted completely had been systematically violating that trust for nearly a decade of my life. The betrayal forced me to fundamentally reevaluate every relationship in my personal and professional life. If Jennifer, who had seemed so trustworthy, reliable, and loyal, had been capable of such sustained and calculated deception, how could I possibly trust anyone else who had access to confidential information about my life? I began questioning the motivations of everyone who worked closely with me, wondering whether other people might also be documenting and sharing information about my private life for purposes I was completely unaware of. The paranoia was exhausting, but felt necessary given what I had discovered about Jennifer. The knowledge that my private conversations and personal struggles had been systematically documented and shared with unknown third parties for profit created a profound sense of violation that affected my ability to trust my own judgment about people and situations. I found myself becoming significantly more guarded in my communications, more suspicious of people's stated motivations, and more careful about sharing personal information even with people who had legitimate professional reasons to know it. This increased caution and hypervigilance was probably necessary for my security and privacy, but it also made my personal and professional relationships more difficult, more constrained, and less satisfying. The spontaneity and openness that had characterized my interactions with staff and colleagues was replaced by a constant awareness that anything I said or did might be observed, recorded, and reported by people whose loyalty I could not verify or trust. The experience also taught me painful lessons about the complex relationship between wealth, power, and vulnerability that most people do not understand. Having significant resources and public prominence had made me an attractive target for people who could profit from detailed information about my life. But it had also created situations where I had to rely on other people to manage aspects of my life that I could not possibly handle alone. This inevitable dependence on staff and assistants created opportunities for betrayal that would not have existed if I had been able to manage all aspects of my life personally. But the demands of running multiple complex companies while maintaining a public profile made such dependence absolutely unavoidable. I learned that wealth and success do not provide protection against betrayal by people close to you, and may actually create powerful incentives for such betrayal by making information about your life valuable to third parties who are willing to pay substantial amounts for access to that information. I have since implemented much more rigorous security and privacy protocols for all my personal staff, including extensive background checks, regular polygraph examinations, comprehensive legal agreements that include severe financial penalties for unauthorized sharing of confidential information, and ongoing monitoring of financial activities and communications. I have also significantly reduced the number of people who have access to my most private communications and personal information, even when doing so makes my life more complicated, less efficient, and more difficult to manage effectively. Most importantly, I have learned to maintain much greater emotional distance from people who work for me, regardless of how professional, competent, and reliable they appear to be. This emotional distance is protective and necessary, but it is also isolating and lonely, and it has made some aspects of my personal and professional life less enjoyable and more emotionally challenging. The experience with Jennifer taught me that betrayal by people close to you is not just about the immediate harm they cause, but about the lasting damage to your ability to trust and connect authentically with other people. It creates a permanent wariness that affects every subsequent relationship. It taught me that some people are capable of sustaining elaborate deception for years while maintaining perfect facades of loyalty and professionalism, and that your instincts and judgments about people's trustworthiness may not be reliable when significant money and other incentives are involved. The most painful lesson was that the people who have the most opportunity to hurt you are often those who seem most helpful and reliable, because their apparent trustworthiness and competence are exactly what give them access to the information and opportunities they need to betray you most effectively. Jennifer had been my assistant for 9 years, during some of the most challenging and successful periods of my career. She had helped me manage crises, celebrate victories, and navigate personal difficulties that I had shared with very few other people in my life. But throughout that entire time, she had been systematically documenting and reporting my private life to strangers who were using that information for profit in ways that had nothing to do with helping me or supporting my goals. This betrayal was more than just a violation of privacy or a breach of professional ethics. It was a fundamental violation of human trust that changed my understanding of what relationships are possible and advisable when you are in a position of public prominence and financial success. If you are someone who relies on assistants, staff, or other support personnel to manage aspects of your personal or professional life, I want you to know that the people closest to you may also represent the greatest threats to your privacy and security. This does not mean you should trust no one or assume that everyone is plotting against you, but it does mean that you should implement appropriate security measures and maintain reasonable emotional distance from people whose access to your private life creates opportunities for betrayal. Sometimes the greatest threats come not from sophisticated external enemies, but from the people who have legitimate access to your life and who may have motivations that you do not understand or appreciate. Sometimes the person you trust most completely is the person who is best positioned to violate that trust in ways that can cause lasting damage to your security, privacy, and peace of mind. Share this with someone who might need to understand that success creates unique vulnerabilities and that protecting yourself requires more than just external security measures. Subscribe if these conversations help you think about trust, loyalty, and the relationship between achievement and vulnerability. And remember, the people who seem most trustworthy are often those who have the most opportunity to betray you, because trust is what gives them access to the information and opportunities they need to cause maximum harm. What person in your life has access to information that could be used to harm you if they chose to share it with the wrong people?
Well, whether or not that was actually a story from Elon Musk, I have no idea. The giveaway is at the tail end of that story when they ask you to like, subscribe, and blah, blah, blah. However, the overall premise of the story from Elon, presumably, has a deep meaning, because it doesn't matter how much money you have, who you are, what nationality, race, creed, whatever. If people want information on you, they'll find a way to get it. Especially today, with the technocracy and the control of information that's out here. With that said, let's continue with our regularly scheduled program of watching other videos of interest, and then enter some dialogue or some commentary along the way. And for those of you who are wondering, there's just a part of me where I feel like I just need to do this. I don't know why, I can't explain it. I've asked my ChatGPT assistant about it, and I've asked my Grok assistant about it, and they both come to the conclusion it's just something in my wearing, in my makeup, where when I see something, I gotta say something. It bugs me if I don't say something. So this is my venue for venting, I guess you could say. Getting things off my mind, putting it out there in the ether, trying to make sense of the world as we know it today in 2025, because everything from life to trucking to the economy, it's not the same, and it's shifting in what I would consider an unfavorable direction. right across the board. I don't know. I'm hoping maybe 2 in 1 billion see these videos that I put out, make sense to them, and they either take caution of it or they just grab some popcorn and enjoy the show. I mean, hopefully for the first option rather than the second option, because the second option opens a whole different can of worms. It goes back to the ba 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 ba. You know what I mean? Anyway, here we go.
Every country's struggling to find that boundary. The U.S. is a tough one because, you know, we have the notion of the First Amendment. And so what are the exceptions, you know, like yelling fire in a theater, you know, and because you're anonymous online, you know, it can be worse. I do think over time, you know, with things like deep fakes, most of the time you're online, you're going to want to be in an environment where the people are truly identified. That is, they're connected to a real world identity that you trust instead of just people saying whatever they want. And so the idea of provenance, who sent me this email, was that really them? You know, we're going to have systems and behaviors that we're more aware of. Okay, who says that? Who created this? Every country's struggling to find that boundary. The U.S. is a tough one because, you know, we have the notion of the First Amendment. And so what are the exceptions, you know, like yelling fire in a theater, you know, and because you're anonymous online, you know, it can be worse. I do think over time, you know, with things like deep fakes, most of the time you're online, you're going to want to be in an environment where the people are truly identified. That is, they're connected to a real world identity that you trust instead of just people saying whatever they want. And so the idea of provenance, who sent me this email, was that really them? You know, we're going to have systems and behaviors that we're more aware of. Okay, who says that? Who created this? Every country's struggling to find that boundary. The U.S. is a tough one because, you know, we have the notion of the First Amendment. And so what are the exceptions, you know, like yelling fire in a theater, you know, and because you're anonymous online, you know, it can be worse. I do think over time, you know, with things like deep fakes, most of the time you're online, you're going to want to be in an environment where the people are truly identified. That is, they're connected to a real world identity that you trust instead of just people saying whatever they want. And so the idea of provenance, who sent me this email, was that really them? You know, we're going to have systems and behaviors that we're more aware of. Okay, who says that? Who created this? Every country's struggling to find that boundary. The U.S. is a tough one because, you know, we have the notion of the First Amendment. And so what are the exceptions, you know, like yelling fire in a theater, you know, and because you're anonymous online, you know, it can be worse. I do think over time, you know, with things like deep fakes, most of the time you're online, you're going to want to be in an environment where the people are truly identified. That is, they're connected to a real world identity that you trust instead of just people saying whatever they want. And so the idea of provenance, who sent me this email, was that really them? You know, we're going to have systems and behaviors that we're more aware of. Okay, who says that? Who created this? Every country's struggling.
Let this resonate. And then look at where we're going. What he's basically implying is like what's going on over the EU right now, where you need some kind of digital identification to access the internet. I am firmly in the school of thought and belief that they're trying to do that here in the United States, And it's just a whole totalitarian situation. Yeah. And yes, Grok is free for a certain amount of time. They also have a free model which really doesn't do you much, kind of like ChatGPT. $30 a month gives you more access, and it does plenty good for what I do. Same thing with ChatGPT, $30 plan. ChatGPT also has, I think, a $300 plan. Kind of overkill for a single user. Okay, let's see what's next on the agenda. This was the video that I just played, or the audio of it. Also, if you guys haven't watched No Sound Bites Allowed, that's my buddy Mike, formerly from Binghamton, New York, now living in New York City and reporting on a lot of stuff happening there. He's an independent reporter. I highly recommend checking him out. That's No Sound Bites Allowed, and my buddy Mike there. He's a former resident of Binghamton, New York, was really into local politics.
How much pressure, to the extent you can say, has there been on you to shut it down or to censor it?
Well, I mean, apart from the multiple Democrats saying that I should go, they want to put me in jail, take
How much pressure, to the extent you can say, has there been on you to shut it down or to censor it?
Well, I mean, apart from the multiple Democrats saying that I should go, they want to put me in jail, take away all government contracts from my companies, nationalize my companies, deport me as an illegal, and have me arrested because I'm apparently Putin's best friend. Nothing besides those things.
How much pressure, to the extent you can say, has there been on you to shut it down or to censor it?
Well, I mean, apart from the multiple Democrats saying that I should go, they want to put me in jail, take away all government contracts from my companies, nationalize my companies, deport me as an illegal, and have me arrested because I'm apparently Putin's best friend. Nothing besides those things.
Elon Musk just called out Bill Gates over his USAID comments.
Who does Bill Gates think he is to make comments about the welfare of children, given that he frequented Jeffrey Epstein?
Okay, well, He said he regrets those, and he spent a lot of his own money on philanthropy around the world over the years. Have you looked at the data to check if he might be right that the cuts to USAID might cost millions of lives?
Yes. I'd like him to show us any evidence whatsoever that that is true or it's false. What we find is an enormous amount of fraud and graft.
Okay, let me put this example to you.
Very little of it actually gets to the kids, if anything at all.
I would allege that Bill Gates is one of the four horsemen. I'm sorry. Can't change my mind on that one. There's also a couple other ones. I believe if you look hard enough, you can see 3 of the 4 horsemen public right now. I also allege and firmly believe that how do I want to word this? The beast system is online and activating and is held by a public entity that have ties to the PayPal mafia, allegedly. Do your own research. See what you think.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape.
Our next guest is sounding the alarm that Silicon Valley and the West have lost their way. Joining us right now is Alex Karp, Palantir's CEO and co-founder. His first book is out this morning, The Technological Republic, Hard Power, Soft Belief, and the Future of the West. We want to thank you for joining us.
It's kind of risque.
It's a little risque, you think?
The title, it's hard to know if it's like an off-color movie, Hard Power, Soft. But
I like that. Wow, he goes there early.
It's hard to know. It's hard to know.
I have about a million questions about the book, but before we get there, I just want to ask you a couple things about the news, because interestingly, I would say the book, which you wrote a year ago, in a way, you were predicting where we would be today in terms of some of the big issues.
The interesting thing, basically, what people should, it's not actually the standard book comes in 2 forms. Either promote yourself, it should be Karp AI, or it's somebody running for president. I'm doing neither. And so the book really is an attempt to say, look, everything you learned at your school and college about how the world works is intellectually incorrect. And here is a way of seeing the world that may not be right, but it's not wrong. And so trying to be right is very hard, but you can definitely know what's wrong. And what you've been taught in college, that you basically should have no beliefs, that the West is inferior, that the intellectual tradition of the West, it leads to self-flagellation and losing on the battlefield, losing intellectually, losing your party, losing your country, losing your border, that your institutions can't work because we're so good. It's actually wrong. And the West was actually never about that. And you can be good, decent, and win, and be intellectually correct. And what was absolutely spot on about what's in the book is we have this technological revolution. It's no longer fake. 3, 4 years ago, institutions basically thought I'd rather have a good steak dinner and a bad product, and at least I get the steak dinner because the software product doesn't work. Now we are in a software-defined world, and the nation that leads software is the USA. And what does that mean for all institutions? What it means is those institutions have to actually live up to their core mandate. So a country has to have a border, the educational institutions have to work, the military actually has to be scary, you actually can have things function in a way where the outputs are much greater than the inputs. And people who ignore this are going to be washed away.
Why did you write this? Were you mad at the educational system? Did you think that they were teaching the wrong things? What sparked it?
Look, I think the West, as a notion and as a principle upon which it is executed again, is obviously superior. Mm-hmm. And not acknowledging that, because by not acknowledging it or denying it, you could pretend you were smarter or better than you were, has led to enormous problems in our society. And also, for the sake of humanity, we have been blessed with a resource called talent management and software production that no other country has. So what does that mean for us? What does it mean for the world? How do you manage that ethically? How do you, and how do you prevent what we had essentially? We had a pagan religion that has infiltrated our universities, and that pagan religion basically says everything that's good about America, everything that actually works, is ipso facto bad. And by the way, you can't talk about it not working because it's a religion. So it's not even, and it's a new religion. It's not an old great religion, Judaism, Christianity, Islam. It's a new religion, and the tenets are West is bad, nothing can work. If it works, it's bad, and the West is, and that way of thinking has corroded every aspect of our society. Last not least, it leads to a situation where you get a complete corrosion of all institutions and to a legitimacy crisis. So no one actually believes anyone's an expert. I'll just make this last point. In the 50s, if there was this famous professor, Ken Arrow, and if Ken Arrow said you were smart, you got tenure. And why did that happen? It was because people knew Ken Arrow is smart, the institution he represents is the best in the world. There is no one like, honestly, the only thing like that currently in tech is a Palantir degree. If you work for Palantir, everyone knows you're good. And that's basically, none of these, like when we went to school, the schools actually had credibility. The science was actually science.
Okay, so let me just ask, and I want to actually get into some of the news, but what would you do to bring it back, and do you think we're on that path now?
Well, I think actually, so one of the things that's not in the book, I think if you read the book, it reads like it was written today. But so one of the things that I would, if I were writing the book today, there's a sense that people have that there's a pendulum swing. So if you if you look at institutions that are failing and you talk to the smart people there, universities, UN, Democratic Party, they'll tell you there's going to be a pendulum swing back. But AI is actually breaking the pendulum swung. So what Europe thinks, if you're like, I spent half my life in Germany, you talk to smart Germans, they're like, okay, we're having a bad time. We're going to have a good time. We did this under Schroeder. It'll come back. We don't actually agree with all the stuff that people say. We can't say it publicly. That's what they say. Okay, but what they're not understanding is the technical revolution now is so great, you got to get on the train because that train is leaving and there is not going to be a swing back. So what I'm trying to say to people who are on the pendulum, people who are builders, is like, we have a responsibility. We have to be dedicated to our nation. What I'm saying to people who may think they can get off the train, university intellectuals, United Nations dedicated to undermining America and anyone who's Jewish or something, you're being left behind. And by the way, I'm happy you're being left behind. But just know, if you get left behind, do not cry that you're not part of the dialogue. And that's actually what's happening. They're like crying, like all these people are becoming protest parties. It's like, I grew up protesting in DC with my parents and no one listened. If you want to go back to that, just do not read the book, pretend this isn't happening.
Alex, how did so many, whoever's hiring at colleges, it was just sort of a mass hysteria to all be on the same page for who gets tenure and what dogma and orthodoxy makes you attractive to college, because it's everywhere. I don't understand how it happened, and I don't think we ever get it back.
Well, I understand how it happens. It's like this country is fundamentally Calvinist. So that's one of the great strengths of this country. And what Calvinism basically says, as opposed to like Lutheranism and other, is if you've done something big and important, you're probably a good person. And what you had at universities was an inversion and rejection of that. And so all the intellectual movements are downstream from that. And so and that inversion is very, very charismatic if you want to assume that you are right because you're wrong, basically. And it's a very, very charismatic movement. But I think the area where we bear responsibility, who disagree with it, is we have to stand up and say, but this doesn't work. We have to, you know, one of the things in the book that's unusual is I'm quoting, like, judge them by the fruits they bear. Like, we have, okay, you're in favor of this world order. What have you built that works? What, just, like, show me any institution that you've created. Any institution. And I want to see that institution where the inputs are less than the outputs. So it's, okay, and I don't care what it is. It could be an intellectual project. It can be a road. It can be a skyscraper. It can be a weapon system. And what you will find is they'll literally say, I reject that frame. And that's okay, but it's our responsibility to hold them to account. You rejected the frame of something that could work. I'm not saying that everything I'm saying is right. I don't know that. But I am certain that what you're saying does not work, and you will be left behind in history.
Ever wonder what happens when you combine a Nazi-adjacent childhood, Silicon Valley money, a closet full of Navy blazers, and a love of overthrowing governments? Meet Peter Thiel, the man who turned contrarianism into a full-time job, and who makes even Bond villains look at him and say, bro, chill. This is the story of how a socially awkward kid from apartheid South Africa became the billionaire puppet master of PayPal, Facebook, Palantir, and possibly your next dystopian nightmare. Peter Andreas Thiel was born in Frankfurt, Germany in 1967. His dad, Klaus, was an engineer, and his mom, well, probably just trying to keep everyone from spontaneously combusting at family dinners. From day one, Peter grew up surrounded by ambition and a little chaos. It's almost like the family motto was, why settle in one place when you can make 3 continents nervous? First stop, Ohio. Yep, the Thiels packed up and moved to the American Midwest, where every town smells faintly of corn and regret. Unlike most kids in Ohio, who dreamed of running a car dealership or becoming a quarterback, Peter's path was already set by his father. Big, shiny, and slightly terrifying. So before Peter could even memorize his own zip code, the family moved again, this time to South Africa during the apartheid era. Now, if you're thinking, wow, what a strange choice, you're not alone. But for Klaus, South Africa had something Ohio didn't: giant uranium mines and a chance to make real money while wearing khakis. So young Peter, meanwhile, was soaking it all in. The private, whites-only schools. The idea that rules were more like suggestions, and a front-row seat to how power worked in the real world. He even started practicing his trademark move, saying very controversial things with the calm confidence of a kid who's never been punched in the face. Classmates later remembered him insisting apartheid wasn't that bad and was overblown, which, you know, isn't exactly the kind of comment that wins you most likely to succeed. Eventually, the family decided they'd done enough damage to the Southern Hemisphere and packed up once again, this time landing in California. There, Peter finished his education, perfected his poker face, and discovered the wonders of quoting Ayn Rand in casual conversation, which is, of course, the universal signal for, please don't invite me to your barbecue. But deep down, Peter had already figured out how he wanted to play the game. If life was Monopoly, he was going to own Boardwalk, charge everyone else rent, and maybe bulldoze the orphanage on Baltic Avenue just for fun. And yet, all of that was just the warm-up. Because at Stanford, Peter discovered his true superpower, making people angry on purpose. Thiel was brilliant and, let's call it, selectively social. He enrolled at Stanford, where he found his tribe, college Republicans. You know, the ones in bow ties who quote Milton Friedman at frat parties, and somehow make beer pong about supply-side economics. At Stanford, he met his spiritual twin and future partner in chaos, David Sachs. Together, they co-authored a book called The Diversity Myth, a thrilling page-turner that argued multiculturalism was destroying universities and even managed to blame women for getting raped. Clearly, Peter was a pioneer in telling it like it is, even when it was horrifying and nobody asked. And because being insufferable in print wasn't enough, Thiel decided to collect some fancy degrees. He added a law degree to his resume, but quickly realized that practicing law was basically just paperwork and deadlines. So he quit after a few months and pivoted to stock trading. Spoiler, he was bad at it. Really bad. Like, even your uncle who only invests in Beanie Babies, bad. Naturally, he blew through that phase too. But here's the thing about Peter. Failure never stuck to him. He simply dusted himself off, adjusted his bow tie, and did what any self-respecting rich kid does. Called up daddy and the family WhatsApp group and raised $1 million to start his very own hedge fund. Naturally, he immediately lost $100,000, which he spun as a learning experience. But even as his hedge fund floundered, Thiel was already sniffing out his next big opportunity, because if there's one thing Peter learned at Stanford, it was this: if you can't beat the game, rig it. And in 1998, Peter found exactly the kind of chaos he was born for. Enter PayPal. By 1998, Peter was done with hedge funds, law, and pretending he liked people. Instead, he stumbled onto something even better: technology. And better yet, money in technology. It all started when he invested in a scrappy little startup called FieldLink. Their big idea? Let people send money between Palm Pilots. Yes, Palm Pilots. For the young folks out there, those were like smartphones, if smartphones couldn't actually do anything. FieldLink soon rebranded as Cofinity, because nothing says "trust us with your money" like a name that sounds like a prescription drug. But here's where it gets juicy. Next door, literally next door, was another startup trying to do the exact same thing. That company was called X.com. Yes, seriously. The founder? None other than Elon Musk, future billionaire, rocket guy, and Twitter menace. Instead of suing each other into oblivion, Thiel and Musk teamed up and merged the companies. Thus was born PayPal, the most passive-aggressive partnership since peanut butter met jelly. At first, growth was slow, so they got creative and paid people just to sign up. It worked. Soon, everybody and their grandma was using PayPal, mostly to pay for porn and online poker. Now, Elon being Elon, wanted PayPal to become the world's currency. Peter, meanwhile, preferred to stay behind the scenes, hoarding power and quietly scheming. Naturally, this bromance couldn't last forever. So while Elon was on his honeymoon, yes, really, the board, led by Thiel and his merry band of PayPal Mafia, voted to oust him. Happy honeymoon, Elon. Nothing says congrats on your wedding like a corporate coup. PayPal kept growing, though, because Peter was a ruthless operator. When eBay came calling in 2002 and offered $1.2 billion, he happily cashed out. But not before pulling his ultimate power move. He'd used his Roth IRA, that's a retirement account meant for regular folks, to buy over 500,000 PayPal shares before the IPO. Translation? That money is now worth about $5 billion, tax-free. The IRS still cries about this. By now, Thiel had cemented himself as Silicon Valley's most dangerous nerd. Rich, brilliant, and utterly unbothered by morals. And yet, PayPal was just his opening act, because Peter was about to build an empire that would spy on everyone, invest in everything, and quietly reshape the world. First stop, Facebook. In 2004, Peter became the first outside investor, dropping a cool $500,000 on a social network. Best investment ever? Definitely. Mark Zuckerberg got his seed money, and Peter got a permanent seat at the table, which he used to push his favorite feature, targeted ads that follow you like a clingy ex. But Peter didn't stop there. Oh no, he started collecting tech companies like Pokemon. YouTube? Check. LinkedIn? Check. Airbnb? Check. If it was a platform and it printed money, Peter probably owned a piece of it. And then there was his passion project, Palantir, a company so secretive that even their job applications probably required a background check, funded at the start by the CIA's own venture arm. Yes, that's a thing. Palantir built surveillance tools. It didn't matter if you were a terrorist, a tax dodger, or just texting your ex at 3 a.m., Palantir probably knew. By 2015, Palantir was raking in billions in contracts. Critics called it dystopian. Peter called it Tuesday. And just when you thought he couldn't get more powerful, he swooped in to save Elon Musk's SpaceX. By now, Peter Thiel had built himself a portfolio that spanned social media, AI, surveillance, space, and more. And yet, he was just getting started. Because what's the point of owning the future if you don't also own the people running it? By the late 2000s, Peter Thiel had conquered Silicon Valley, mastered surveillance, and quietly owned half your apps. But apparently, world domination felt incomplete, without a few senators on speed dial. So he did what any bored billionaire would do. Started playing real-life Game of Thrones. At first, his political bets flopped harder than a Netflix series about dial-up modems, but 2016 was his glow-up moment. Peter became the Republican National Convention's surprise guest speaker, showing up on stage, proudly proclaiming he was gay, libertarian, Republican, and extremely rich. Twitter imploded. Conservatives didn't know whether to clap or cry, and Peter, he just smiled, like a cat that swallowed a bald eagle. After Trump's win, Peter's influence skyrocketed. He funneled millions into campaigns for his new protégés. JD went from Ohio nobody to vice presidential nominee real quick. But Peter's magic touch didn't stop at stuffing envelopes full of cash. He also bankrolled some of the tech world's most controversial tools: Clearview AI, Palantir upgrades, a whole anti-woke university in Texas. By the 2000s and 20s, Peter had perfected his technique. Fund the influencers, fund the podcasts, fund the media, fund the schools, and sit back while the world argues over TikToks about who actually runs the country. But here's the thing about Peter Thiel. He never shows all his cards, because if you think you've seen his endgame, you're probably already playing it. So here we are, present day. Peter Thiel has more money than some countries, more influence than most politicians, and more plausible deniability than a cat next to a broken vase. By 2024, he announced he was sitting out the next Trump campaign. Everyone gasped. How could the kingmaker just walk away? Spoiler, he didn't. Instead, Peter went dark mode. No flashy RNC speeches. No headlines about $15 million super PAC donations. But behind the scenes, he was still sprinkling cash like Parmesan on a Caesar salad. He quietly funded an army of right-wing influencers, anti-woke podcasts. Meanwhile, his ultra-exclusive dinner parties in San Francisco became the stuff of legend. Oh, and don't forget all the Thiel alumni now popping up in government. If it feels like Peter's chess pieces are everywhere, that's because they are. He's no longer the loud disruptor. Now, he's something far scarier. The man you don't even realize is still in the room. A kid from Frankfurt who grew up among uranium mines, college Republicans in bow ties, and enough awkward silences to turn into billions. He's been called a visionary, a villain, a shadow king. He built an empire by being different. He questioned everything. He bet against everyone. And yet, for all his power, influence, and quiet dinners with the elite, there's still the sense he has another card up his sleeve. Because if there's one thing we've learned about Peter Thiel, it's this. When you think the game is over, he's already started the next one.
I do want to get your reaction to these Peter Thiel clips that have been circulated. This is from a Ross Douthat interview last week. And the reason that Peter Thiel is important is not only because he is a billionaire, but he is someone who is very influential. He is very ideological. He is very influential specifically in terms of this administration. So this is a person that you really should be listening to the things that he has to say. And so Douthat asked him some pretty interesting questions. Peter Thiel has been talking about his view of how the Antichrist might arise. And his theory is effectively that someone like a Greta Thunberg, as the example he specifically uses, would come in and claim that they're trying to save us all and, you know, create peace and safety and unity and save us in this instance from the climate crisis. And they would use that as a way to create a totalitarian one world government, and that would be how we, you know, get the rise of the Antichrist. And Douthat sort of flips that on him and says, well, isn't it possible that the tools you are creating and helping to create through entities like Palantir for mass surveillance, isn't it possible that that could be the means by which the Antichrist rises? Let's go ahead and take a listen. This is D2 to that exchange.
My very specific question for you, right, is that you're an investor in AI. You're deeply invested in Palantir, in military technology, in technologies of surveillance and technologies of warfare and so on, right? And it just seems to me that when you tell me a story about the Antichrist coming to power and using the fear of technological change to sort of impose order on the world, I feel like that Antichrist would maybe be using the tools that you were building, right? Like, wouldn't the Antichrist be like, great, you know, we're not going to have any more technological progress, but I really like what Palantir has done so far, right?
Yeah,
I mean, isn't that a concern? Wouldn't that be the irony of history would be that the man publicly worrying about the Antichrist accidentally hastens his or her arrival?
There are all these different scenarios. I obviously don't think that that's what I'm doing.
I mean, to be clear, I don't think that's what you're doing either. I'm just interested in how you get to a world willing to submit to permanent authoritarian rule.
Well, but again, there are these different gradations of this we can describe. But is this so preposterous, what I've just told you, as a broad account of the stagnation that the entire world has submitted for 50 years to peace and safetyism? This is 1 Thessalonians 5:3. The slogan of the Antichrist is peace and safety.
So, Glenn, what did you make of that answer, and what do you personally put the odds at that Peter Thiel is himself the Antichrist?
I mean, I guess if you were to force me to place my money in a casino on any one individual of the 8 billion people on Earth being the Antichrist, he would be one of the top 2 or 3 people I might consider.
Yeah, same.
But, you know, I do think, yeah, but, you know, there was another interesting part that's very related where I'm sure you saw this, and I actually did like a 25 minutes. We do a Q&A on Friday night. Someone asked me about it. I did like a 25-minute response on it where Ross Douthat asked him, do you actually favor the continuation of the human species? Like, do you favor the survival of humanity as it is? And he basically was saying no. He refused to say yes. He was stuttering around, like, you know, way more than he usually does. It wasn't like an autistic stuttering. It was like really he was struggling with that question. And Ross was like, that's a very basic question that should be an easy yes. Like, I'm asking you, should humanity survive? Right. And he basically described this Yeah, like that's something we should all have. That's like the warm-up question that I think we should all be able to answer quickly. But he couldn't, because he has this very transhumanistic vision that is shared by a lot of Silicon Valley tycoons like him. They basically view themselves as transcendent beings, as kind of the Ubermensch. And there's a lot of reasons why billionaires become accustomed to thinking that way. They're surrounded by people who treat them that way. They have the kind of power that makes them believe that they're uniquely capable of doing that. Mark Zuckerberg talking to Joe Rogan's show about merging technology and robots and artificial intelligence with humanity to create a different form of human, a superior form of human. And a lot of them have this vision that is essentially, in my view, so anti-human. It's like a kind of vision where our efficiency and our utility is going to be maximized, even if it means the elimination of all the things that we think about as being the essence of humanity in a way that would destroy whatever you think about as the soul or the spirit or whatever. So if you want to talk about the Antichrist and coming and attacking humanity with the intention of destroying it, I do agree with Ross's premise that it seems like a lot of what Peter Thiel is doing is way more likely than, say, Greta Thunberg, who has spent the last 18 months protesting the genocide in Gaza, not very Antichrist-like to me. in order to do that. And I think the fact that, you know, obviously the Antichrist comes and poses as a noble and benevolent figure, and there he is saying safetyism. The whole point of Palantir is based on safetyism. Let us spy on you to keep you safe. Like the projection there is so remarkable.
Well, and also actually put D4 up on the screen here, guys, because, you know, he's invested in AI, and they have an almost, I shouldn't even say almost, they have a religious belief around what AI will do for the world and will do for, you know, effectuating this outcome of transhumanism and allowing them to live forever like they are literally gods. You know, it's complete with, like, you know, the story of redemption and forces of evil that are trying to stop them. And they are in the driver's seat in terms of the direction of AI regulation or lack thereof. You can see here that Americans are deeply opposed to just letting her rip with AI. This is overwhelmingly bipartisan sentiment of, like, we need to be thinking about what all of this means. And even if you don't subscribe to some of the more apocalyptic possibilities of basically, like, the AI taking over and, like, killing us all, there is already significant disruption from these technologies. And people like Thiel have made themselves, you know, very influential in this administration. And again, the alliance with J.D. Vance, I think, is very significant here as well. They have really gotten what they've wanted in terms of, we're just going to race forward with this thing. We'll figure out the consequences later. We got to beat China. China's developing AI. We got to be first to get to artificial general intelligence. And it's very much at odds with how the vast majority of Americans want this to be approached. And in Thiel's ideology, you know, he talks a lot about stagnation. He has this view that we've sort of, like, stagnated technologically and we haven't been innovating in the way that we previously had in this sort of transformative way. And I haven't thought that deeply about it to, you know, to say whether I think that is true or false. But as an antidote to that, he believes that we should just race forward with this technology, come what may, and has this, and again, I don't think this is just Peter Thiel, he's very influential, but many of these Silicon Valley titans have this same view that effectively, you know, there's a faith, like a religious faith, that this technology is what we have to pursue, and it's going to actually create this bounty and this sort of utopia that they have in their minds.
I absolutely agree with you that they have this utopian vision of what AI is that is obviously in their interest to foster and perpetuate because of how heavily invested they are in it and because they're the masters of the AI. So they want to get people to believe that it will just lead to bountiful, abundant, loving futures for all of us. So there's a lot of propaganda with that. But, you know, also one of the reasons why I'm so concerned, and I do think, I know I'm very of many minds about AI. I want to understand it better. I want to, you know, really, I don't think any of us really understand it, including the people who are unleashing it.
Correct.
And I think that we need debates about what kind of safeguards are needed. The problem is that it's not just what you've described, which is this kind of transhumanistic narcissism that the people in control of this technology possess and really do believe in as a religious faith, but it's also the competitive aspect. You know, as nation states now, we're told, oh, China has it, and China does have it at least as advanced as the United States has, and that was that DeepSeek trauma to the American mind that it seems like they even might be ahead of us in terms of technology. And so the idea then becomes, well, if we limit it, the Chinese never would, or the Iranians never would, or all the bad people, or the terrorists never would. And that is that to me is the biggest danger, this idea that for our own survival, we can't really allow any limits on AI, because if we place limits on it, others won't, and they will come to dominate us. Trump named as AI czar David Sachs, who's one of the co-founders of PayPal with Peter Thiel. He was the chief financial officer. I know David pretty well. You know, I think I don't think he's like this Bond villain, but he definitely is somebody who really believes in the urgency of going forward with AI. Trump believes in that. Everyone around him believes that. And we're barreling toward a future, which I don't think people really understand, without any kind of contemplation or debate because all the incentives of powerful people are to just barrel forward with it and have it unleashed with zero restraints of any kind or even debate about whether we should allow that to happen.
Yeah. Glenn, last question I have for you, and thank you for being generous with your time this morning, is, you know, I have long thought that we shouldn't have billionaires, that billionaires are sort of inconsistent with the democratic society, because when you do amass that amount of wealth, the amount of commensurate power and disconnect from just like what ordinary people are going through really does create a challenge. It's almost an impossibility to have a truly sort of like democratic representative society when you have that much money, wealth, and power concentrated in the hands of a few. But if I had any doubts about that view, those doubts have been swept aside by what I've seen in this era of Trump 2.0. I mean, first you had Elon Musk buying his ability to have this whole of government mandate through Doge, buying Twitter and making it his personal playground for whatever it is that he wants to do politically at the moment. You've had the specter of Bill Ackman, who's out there right now, workshopping in real time how to intervene and get his candidate of choice, and to sink specifically Zoran Mamdani, who won overwhelmingly in a Democratic primary. And he's out there saying, I've got hundreds of millions of dollars available to a candidate who wants to come forward to try to defeat Zoran. You have Peter Thiel, as we've been discussing, and the influence of Palantir and what that means for everyone, and the extraordinary access that he has, and the links with David Sachs and with JD Vance, et cetera. I mean, where are you on this question of whether or not billionaires should exist and are consistent with a democratic representative society?
Well, let me say this about that, which is, there was that Zoran interview where he said, I don't think billionaires should exist. And everybody acted like, that was like from the Red Book of Mao, or like, right out of Lenin. And if you go back and look at the founders, who definitely were capitalists, they didn't believe in, there was no sense of communism then, but they believed in capitalism. They were very wealthy. They were landowners, et cetera. And they wanted to preserve those prerogatives economically that they thought was their birthright. Nonetheless, they talked openly about how if economic inequality becomes too severe, it will inevitably spill over into political inequality and will undermine and subvert all the principles they're trying to create, of nobody being above the law, of everybody being subjected to the same political rights. And so this is intrinsic in the idea of the American founding, that yes, you're going to have political equality and economic inequality, but if that economic inequality becomes too grave, too lopsided, the political rights will become purely illusory. And I think that's exactly what we've been seeing. And what we're seeing even more so now. It's hard. I've gotten to know some billionaires, and I think that it's hard to express what it does to people's minds. We've seen that with fame, how people who get too famous, too wealthy, end up sick and ill, and they die early because it's just too much for the human brain to handle. Being a billionaire is that times 1,000. And to have those people with that kind of mental outlook exerting almost unlimited power in our democracy, nothing good can come from that.
I think that is well said. Glenn, thank you so much. Great to see you, my friend.
Always good to see you, Crystal.
Take care.
Hey, if you like that video, hit the like button or leave a comment below. It really helps get the show to more people.
And if you'd like to get the full show ad-free and in your inbox every morning, you can sign up at breakingpoints.com.
That's right. Get the full show.
Teenagers are building businesses with AI, while the only AI you know is ChatGPT. Let's be real. Most people over 40.
You got really two choices. You could either be a spectator or a participant. We're talking about an economy that is thousands of times, maybe millions of times bigger than the economy today. I went to Russia in like 2001 and 2002 to buy ICBMs.
This was to get to space.
Yeah,
as a rocket.
Not to nuke anyone, but I think we're quite close to digital superintelligence. It may happen this year. Digital superintelligence defined as smarter than any human at anything. And I'm somewhat troubled by the Fermi paradox. Like, why have we not seen any aliens? And it could be because...
We bring you Elon Musk's latest unfiltered interview, where he shares exclusive predictions about artificial intelligence, the race to Mars, and building companies that could save humanity from extinction. In this supercut, we work on reducing pauses and filler words while preserving every crucial insight, saving you over 15 minutes of your valuable time. After months focused on politics, this conversation returns to what Elon does best: engineering the future. We've structured this into 3 focused chapters. First, the foundations that shaped his thinking. Second, building the companies to make life multiplanetary. And third, his predictions for AI and what comes next. Chapter 1, First Principles, How Elon Got Started.
Was there ever a moment in your life before all this where you felt, I have to build something great? And what flipped that switch for you?
Well, I didn't originally think I would build something great. I wanted to try to build something useful, but I didn't think I would build anything particularly great. If you said probabilistically, it seemed unlikely, but I wanted to at least try.
So you're talking to a room full of people who are all technical engineers, often some of the most eminent AI researchers coming up in the game.
Okay. I like the term engineer better than researcher. I mean, I suppose if there's some fundamental algorithmic breakthrough, it's a research, but otherwise it's engineering.
Maybe let's start way back. I mean, this is a room full of 18 to 25-year-olds. It skews younger because the founder set is younger and younger. Can you put yourself back into their shoes when, you were 18, 19, learning to code, even coming up with a first idea for Zip2? What was that like for you?
Yeah, back in 95, I was faced with a choice of either
Hold on, I gotta pause for a second. I come across something that I need to play the audio on because I think it's very intriguing. Hold on, I gotta pause for a second. Hold on, here we go.
And strangely enough, this same person that's giving this warning is the same one that is building the technological tools that will empower the Antichrist in the beast system. I'm not making this up. I'm going to share with you about a man named Peter Thiel, who recently gave an interview with a man named Ross Douthat and about how it's going to happen. All right, and there's so much more, too. You got to stick to the end, because he's not only going to tell us how it's going to happen or why he thinks it's going to happen, but something towards the end that is deeply disturbing. And realize this is not a regular person. This is Peter Thiel, the co-founder of PayPal and an original investor into Facebook, a billionaire who now runs a data mining company that uses data to surveil all people, including you and me, called Palantir. He works directly with the CIA, the Department of Defense, and many other global intelligence agencies. What he says in this interview is kind of disturbing, but I want to say that don't be afraid, but we need to be open and realize what's coming. Let's check it out. Oh, and a reminder, if you like this content, hit the like button. Let's get this out to more people. Let's go.
There's also a very macroscopic question that you're interested in that, will pull on the religion thread a little bit here. You have been giving talks recently about the concept of the Antichrist, which is a Christian concept, an apocalyptic concept. What does that mean to you? What is the Antichrist?
How much time do we have?
We've got as much time as you have to talk about the Antichrist.
All right. Well, I could talk about it for a long time. I think there's always a question. How do we articulate, some of these existential risks, some of the challenges we have, and they're all framed in this sort of runaway dystopian science text. There's a risk of nuclear war. There's a risk of environmental disaster, maybe something specific like climate change, although there are lots of other ones we could come up with. There's a risk of, bioweapons. All the different sci-fi scenarios. Obviously, there are certain types of risks with AI. But I always think that if we're going to have this frame of talking about existential risks, perhaps we should also talk about the risk of another type of a bad singularity, which I would describe as the one world totalitarian state. Because I would say the political solution, the default political solution people have for all these existential risks is one world governance. You know, what do you do about nuclear weapons? We have a United Nations with real teeth that controls them, and they're controlled by an international political order. And then something like this, you know, is also you know, what do we do about AI? And we need global compute governance. We need, you know, a one world government to control all the computers, log every single keystroke to make sure people don't program, you know, a dangerous AI. And I've been wondering whether that's sort of a, you know, going from, you know, the frying pan into the fire. And so the atheist philosophical framing is one world or none. Now, I have a lot of thoughts on this topic, but sort of one question is, and this was a plot hole in all these Antichrist books people wrote. How does the Antichrist take over the world? He gives these demonic, hypnotic speeches, and people just fall for it. And so it's this plot hole.
Now, real quick, before he goes on, realize what he's saying. He's saying that if there's an existential crisis, meaning a crisis that affects basically everyone, like threat of nuclear war, like bioweapons, like the threat of AI, like climate change, if there's an existential crisis, all right, philosophically, atheists might say one world or none. Either we have a one world governance to govern nuclear, govern AI, govern how we handle climate change, or we have no world at all. And he's serious about this. So he's admitting that this one world government system that has been predicted for 2,000 years in the book of Revelation, and before that, really in the book of Daniel, is something that people today, not religious people, but even atheists, are saying one world or none. Let's keep going.
This daemonium
it's implausible.
It's a very implausible plot hole.
Right.
But I think we have an answer to this plot hole. The way the Antichrist would take over the world is you talk about Armageddon nonstop. You talk about existential risk nonstop. And this is what you need to regulate.
It used to be that the reasonable fear of the Antichrist was a kind of wizard of technology. And now the reasonable fear is someone who promises to control technology, make it safe, and sort of usher in what, from your point of view, would be a kind of universal stagnation. Right?
Well, it's more. That's more my description of how it would happen.
Right.
So I think people still have a fear of a 17th century Antichrist.
Yes.
We're still scared of Dr. Strangelove.
Right, but you're saying the real Antichrist would play on that fear and say, you must come with me to avoid Skynet, to avoid the Terminator, to avoid nuclear Armageddon.
Yes.
And I guess my view would be, looking at the world right now, that you would need a certain kind of novel technological progress to make that fear concrete, right? So I can buy that the world could turn to someone who promised peace and regulation if the world became convinced that AI was about to destroy everybody.
I need to share something that most homeowners are completely in the dark about. No joke. Having spent 20 years in construction, I was shocked when I found this hidden gutter service that's now saving my clients a fortune. You'll never catch these guys on commercials or highway billboards. They operate strictly on referrals. Why are their prices so much lower? Simple math. They don't burn thousands daily on marketing campaigns like those national chains. Between you and me, when I started sharing this service with my renovation clients, they couldn't believe that down-to-earth pricing. The best part? They're expanding.
Right. But I think to get to that point, you need one of the accelerationist apocalyptic scenarios to start to play out, right? To get your peace and safety Antichrist, you need more technological progress. Like, one of the key failures of totalitarianism in the 20th century was it had a problem of knowledge. It couldn't know what was going on all over in the world, right? So you need the AI or whatever else to be capable of helping the peace and safety totalitarian rule.
In terms of service,
I mean, these things are so hard to score, but I think environmentalism's pretty powerful. You know, I don't know if it's absolutely powerful enough to create a one-world totalitarian state, but man, it is.
I think it is not.
It is
in its current form.
It is. I want to say it's the only thing people still believe in Europe.
Yeah, he's saying that global climate change, I mean, it's the things that we're seeing right now, the way the weather's been. I mean, look at those floods in Texas. My wife is a geotechnical engineer. She pays attention to the changes over the years of how weather's been affecting the ground, and these floods are pretty strange. These hurricanes are pretty wild. There's talks of like Hurricane Alley here in the United States has been shifting from Oklahoma to more of like a Missouri and Illinois base. But looks like Peter Thiel here, he's like, yeah, climate change could actually work to help us usher this in. But let's keep going.
Like, they believe in the green thing more than Islamic Sharia law, or more than in, the Chinese communist totalitarian takeover. And the future is an idea of a future that looks different from the present. The only three on offer in Europe are green, Sharia, and, the totalitarian communist state. And the green one is by far the strongest.
My very specific question for you, right, is that you're an investor in AI. You're deeply invested in Palantir, in military technology, in technologies of surveillance, in technologies of warfare, and so on, right? And it just seems to me that when you tell me a story about the Antichrist coming to power and using the fear of technological change to sort of impose order on the world, I feel like that Antichrist would maybe be using the tools that you were building, right? Like, wouldn't the Antichrist be like, great,
good question.
We're not going to have any more technological progress, but I really like what Palantir has done so far, right?
Yeah,
I mean, isn't that a concern? Wouldn't that be the irony of history would be that the man publicly worrying about the Antichrist accidentally hastens his or her arrival?
What do you think about that? Let me know in the comments. The person that's publicly worrying about his coming, like Peter Thiel, may be hastening his arrival. What do you think?
Is this so preposterous, what I just told you, that the entire world has submitted for 50 years to peace and safetyism? This is 1 Thessalonians 5:3. The slogan of the Antichrist is peace and safety, and we've submitted to, the FDA regulates not just drugs in the U.S., but de facto in the whole world, because the rest of the world defers to the FDA. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission effectively regulates nuclear power plants all over the world. People, you can't design a modular nuclear reactor and just build it in Argentina. They won't trust the Argentinian regulators. They're going to defer to the U.S.
So in a sense, we're already living under a moderate rule of the Antichrist in that telling. Do you think God is in control of history?
This is it. Pay attention to what he says. This is, I think, one of the strangest things of all that he says. Watch his body language. Watch what he says and how he stutters over this. He asked the question, do you think that God, the creator God, is in control of history?
This is again like I think that there's always room for human freedom and human choice. These things are, or at least where we are today, these things are, they're not, they're not absolutely predetermined one way or another.
Right. But God wouldn't leave us forever under the rule of a mild, moderate, stagnationist Antichrist, right? That can't be how the story ends, right?
It's attributing too much causation to God.
Let's say you have 50K in cash and you use that to buy Bitcoin on Coinbase. Bitcoin's at 100K.
God couldn't be in control, could he? Is God providential over this whole thing? He says no. He said there's still room for human choice, which I agree. We do have choices. We do have free will to act. But that wasn't the question. Is God in control of ultimate history? And he seems to think that we can alter it. That's exactly the point of view that I think that someone that would lean more towards an Antichrist rule would take. I mean, Satan himself, he sees what his future is, okay? Thrown into the lake of the fire. The angels that rebelled against him, thrown into the lake of fire that was prepared for him. I'm pretty sure he wouldn't like that very much. So he might still believe. I don't know. I haven't talked to him, don't really want to. But Satan might actually believe that there's a way out, that God is not in complete control. But that's the problem, is he's always rebelled, and he continues to rebel and fight against God's will no matter what. So let me know what you think about it in the comments. It's a very interesting conversation. It brings up a lot of other conversations about the tie-in between In-Q-Tel, which might have to make a whole other video on this, about how it's a non-profit Silicon Valley U.S. company, very strange, that mixes in with private companies like Palantir, and they use this technology and this infrastructure throughout the entire world. And they're
footnote: In-Q-Tel is an alleged CIA front organization. Again, I say alleged.
Building massive data centers, and what Palantir does is it can then take AI and look at all that data and make decisions. They used this in the Afghanistan and the Iraq war. You can read about it. I mean, they knew about the enemy. Even back then, they were using this kind of technology to find out about the enemy for counterterrorism. Now, imagine if the word terrorist was moved to private citizen, maybe someone that didn't want to go with the flow, kind of like in COVID. They used Palantir during COVID to seek out people that didn't want to take the vaccines and make sure that the vaccines were spread to the right places. I mean, all kinds of ways, but they were used in a way to track people and surveil what we are doing. And so this is the future. It's not a bright one, but the Bible does say that it gets better. Okay, even though there's going to be a beast system, even though there's going to be a system like in Revelation 13, 16 through 17, that says that, you know, you're not going to be able to participate in this system. You're not going to be buy, selling, or trading or doing anything if you don't take this mark, right? Even though that's coming, there's something after that that comes that is amazing. Jesus. Jesus is coming back. He's coming back to the end of history to make things right again and to take that devil and his angel, throw him into the lake of fire. And he's going to end all death, all pain, all suffering, and it's going to be amazing. I put my faith and trust in Jesus, and I hope you do too, because he's alive. He literally came 2,000 years ago. He spoke truth like this world has never seen. He performed miracles that proved his divine nature and his divine coming. And then he predicted his own death and rose from the dead just like he said he would do. He's still alive. Jesus came to save us. We call him the Savior for a reason, and we call him King for a reason too. He is the King of Kings. He is the Lord of Lords. And even though we're in a spiritual battle, he's coming to save us once and for all. And I'm excited about it. So if you don't know Jesus, I encourage you to pick up a Bible, begin to read it. I always encourage you to read the Gospel of John. Read John. Read Ephesians. Get into the Bible. Get into the Word. Read Revelation. Don't be afraid. For his love casts out all fear. And God hasn't given us a spirit of fear, but of power and love and a sound mind. So thanks for letting me have some of your time right now. I hope you enjoyed this. I hope it enlightened you a little bit. Let me know what you think in the comments. Hit the like button to help us get this out there, and please subscribe to this channel. Come on, let's join this journey together of truth. Thanks again for being here. God bless you. Truth be told.
Watch what salt does to your body.
This 7-second artery flush could save your life. Even top...
Wow. That was thought-provoking, at the very least. Fact is, the writing is on the wall. It's just how close you want to look at it. Do you understand what is being said? Or the positions of many people that are trying to enlighten the less enlightened? People who see the patterns, recognize the threat, They're trying to call it out. Because it's not right, it's not moral, it's not just. That's my thought on that. Another irony is most of these control systems, whether they realize it or not, majority of them started out with test subjects to a whole industry who was very proud it would stand in a minute if they truly understood what was going on. But instead, they were improvised as safety, 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 safety this, safety that. The buzzword in the trucking industry is safety. No longer common sense. It's safety. Part of that, and it's evident, in my opinion, allegedly, that these school systems have failed America as a whole. Because they have become no longer an education center, they have become an indoctrination center, in my opinion, and allegedly. Anyway, I digress. We're going to swing back over to that video that I was playing here a minute ago, but I had to play that audio because that was definitely something worth paying attention to. Another thing that just hit my radar is a little blurb. It's a 8-minute, 27-second clip about how AI chat can get you disbarred if you're in a position where that can happen. You know what? Just for shits, I'm going to play that real quick. Just because.
Imagine this. You're a small business owner and you have a question about whether or not those shady bookkeeping practices are going to be a problem. You don't really feel like checking a professional, though, because retainers are expensive. So you do the next best thing, which is that you go on to AI and ask if you're a criminal there instead. It's a win-win, right? You get advice on how to be a better tax evader, and you don't need to pay a lawyer who's just going to tell you to rethink all your life choices. Absolutely nothing can go wrong with that plan. Except for not knowing that the AI platform that you're using will make that question that you're asking about how to be a better criminal visible by everybody that uses that site. And you didn't opt out before you made this very public confession that just went viral. This isn't a hypothetical, unfortunately, because Meta AI's Discover tab has been getting some pretty negative attention lately for exactly this problem. It appears that a lot of people may not have known that with...
And for those who don't know, which probably should by now, Meta is Mark Zuckerberg's company. And again, with the Peter Thiel investment, there's a whole rabbit hole on Facebook. And it's alleged government ties, and it's alleged foreign government ties, and how they allegedly cater to these governments arbitrarily. Anyway, I digress. Back to the audio clip.
They were asking Meta AI was available for everybody to see on the Discover tab. And this resulted in some questions that were publicly readable that probably weren't meant to be. While it might be really entertaining to read some wannabe passport bros questions about how to score a young Asian woman, it probably wasn't so great for that guy who was asking if someone he knew actually committed a crime. Both of these are actual examples, by the way, and I'm not going to include them here because honestly, these are pretty embarrassing for these users, but if you really want to find them, you can probably find them online if you want. Meta did recently add a warning to its users that the searches might be public, but it is still going to default to making these prompts available on the Discover tab. More recently, though, Redditors discovered that a simple Google search would bring up chats from ChatGPT that had a share feature activated, which ended up leading to OpenAI eliminating this feature entirely. In fact, there's a lot of privacy issues when using AI. There's this embarrassing data leak that was by an app mainly used by teenagers to flirt with their crushes. A lawsuit currently going on in the EU claims that Bumble accesses dating profiles to help you craft the perfect date pickup line using AI. There's also this troublesome leak of job seeker info from a company that, by its own admission, 1 in 8 Americans have worked for it.
By the way, this is McDonald's.
Including our current president. But there's also even this company that banned its employees from using ChatGPT at work at all after proprietary and confidential code ended up being leaked. Unlike the hallucination issue that I talked about in an earlier video, there are piles of examples of client data breaches by lawyers, but that's more likely because nobody's caught it yet, not as much that it hasn't happened. There are still tons of situations, though, where people are finding out the hard way that chats aren't exactly private when they're talking to AI. These are lessons that all lawyers should take to heart. Understanding the privacy risk that's related to using AI is essential to understanding your duties when it comes to client data confidentiality. I'm going to start by pointing out that the tools that are specifically developed for legal use have already addressed the risks that I'm about to discuss in this video. So what we're not going to be talking about are research platforms such as Lexis or Westlaw, nor are we talking about client management systems such as Clio or document review software such as Relativity. But if you're using tools such as ChatGPT or Copilot, hopefully not Grok, this will apply to you. Now, there are a few contributing factors here that all are going to contribute to the same privacy issues. One problem is that the data that you enter into a chat is likely going to be used then to train that AI platform. So, to give you an example, let's say...
Side note, verified. I personally had shit scraped and used against my consent just to find out there's some arbitrary micro clause in the user agreement that allows them to do this. So, you may have a great idea. Your best bet is to break that idea up in multiple chats if you want to preserve the integrity of that idea without it being stolen, allegedly. This goes for any great idea, like from building an empire from a trust to businesses with vertical lateral integration, to developing your own computer code for a software project and beyond. It pains me to say that. It does, because really, basically it boils down to anymore, and it goes into, and I'm going to allege, there is very limited expectation for privacy online, no matter what you're doing. You can try, as I am, but I guarantee at the end of the day, people like Peter Thiel, however you pronounce his name, sorry, and their big AI systems that are dialed into everything are going to know. It's just a matter of how long it'll take them to know. That's arbitrary, but that's neither here nor there, because the bottom line, they're going to know. You can't change that. Not right now. The only way to change all this is if everybody got their collective heads out of their asses, looked at the chessboard that's sitting on their knee, and stand the fuck up. Once you stand up, the chessboard falls over, and so does the pieces. But that requires people to actually stand up, quit drinking the Kool-Aid, and calling people out and holding them accountable. And I mean from the top down. Literally. That includes our government. Because all this shit can't happen if our government was true and honest. I'm sorry. People have tried. This election had a lot of promising aspects, but it's starting to look more and more like it's compromised. So it's business as usual. I digress. That's just my opinion. I have nothing factual to state that up other than other opinions that I've come across. But here's the thing. When it walks like a duck, it quacks like a duck. It's a fucking duck. I'm sorry. It's not a goose that's going to give you the golden egg. It's just not. Sorry. But that's facts. Biological facts. A duck is a duck, a goose is a goose, and this is no goose. Anyway, back to the video. We're about halfway through with this audio commentary.
That you entered info into ChatGPT about your influencer client to help write a contract for them. But then that data that you just entered could come up later when a third party asks about that person. Also problematic, though, is that there's real humans that work for these AI platforms that do have access to the information that's entered into the chats. OpenAI, for example, has clearly stated multiple times now that human reviewers are going to have access to prompts unless you opt out. This is to ensure accuracy through a human review.
I'm sorry, but in my opinion, that's bullshit. Because they still have it. On a whim, they can spot check anything at any time. Allegedly. And that's my position.
But it's the storage of all this data that proves to be another major problem. Now, there's been incidents at OpenAI, Google, and Microsoft that all involve data leaks of prompts that were entered into their AI platforms. That doesn't include incidents such as the one I mentioned at the beginning of this.
Footnote, also, for those who don't know, OpenAI has gotten it in bed with Microsoft. So in lieu, Sam Altman, I believe it is, over at OpenAI, ChatGPT, I refer to him as Egghead. Lovingly. Just ask Tom. He'll tell you. Anyway. So that means OpenAI / ChatGPT has gotten in bed with Microsoft. By in lieu, gotten in bed with Bill Gates and his multiple companies. From what I understand, it's a business arrangement. Feel free to research that yourself. But you start looking at all the things that has happened simultaneously in that same time frame, as the kids today call sus. Yeah, it's definitely sus, or with us now old folks, I digress, call suspect or suspicious. Pattern recognition, common sense, and connecting the fucking dots. We're being flanked on one end, attacked head on another, and being flanked again on the other end. I'm going to allege this all goes back to the overall agendas at play from our ever-loving United Nations and their different entities. Allegedly. Again, do your own research. But yeah, I would suggest it would go back to, what is it, the Agenda 2020, the Agenda 2030, Agenda 50, which many people don't realize there is an Agenda 50. Yeah. 2030, is around the corner, and the benchmarks for that are speeding up exponentially. I'm going to say allegedly. And I'm going to cap that off with do your own research on the agendas. All the information is on their own website. No link required. Google is your friend more than you know. And also, yeah, don't trust Google as far as you can throw it. That's a whole nother avenue. But if you like your privacy, you need to start looking at alternative means of communicating, and emails, and yeah, cause, I mean, look, these guys are in everything. The only way they're not in anything is everything is if you're in a faction that's off to the side, and in a particular country or two, maybe three, that strongly believe in data sovereignty and privacy. Without elaborating who, what, where, and when, those are your clues. If you want to get away from the short term. Anyway, I'm starting to go down a rabbit hole. I don't want to go down a rabbit hole. I'll get back to this audio. So we have another 2.5 minutes in this audio.
This video, though. In that instance, the AI system that handled job applications for everyone applying for jobs at McDonald's was compromised. In that case, though, it was because the default password for the software wasn't changed, which allowed hackers to access the information of millions of job applicants. Now, considering that third parties often store prompt data, this type of scenario, hacks involving compromised passwords, is surely going to happen again. And that's because half of all data breaches are due to password compromise like this. But in the corporate world, 80% of breaches could be due to weak, reused, or stolen passwords. So even though AI platforms themselves may not leak your data, what you enter into their chatbots really is only as safe as the worst password that protects that data. So how would you even avoid this should be your next question. And the best advice that I'm going to have for you is to never put client data into a publicly accessible chatbot such as ChatGPT. So if you must do this, redact that information or fake the data that can be used to actually identify your client. You can also try using private mode. But you need to make sure that this would actually take care of the issue with the model that you're using. With some AI platforms, turning on private mode may not actually mean that your data is secure. Unfortunately, this would mean that you have to familiarize yourself with the terms of service of the AI you use, especially when it relates to how that AI can use or store your data. God knows reading extra legal documents doesn't sound fun. Ultimately, though, you have an ethical duty to know the tools that you're using. The ABA has made it abundantly clear that if you're going to use AI in your practice, you have to be competent at it. Plus, your duty to supervise does extend to the tools you use, and this includes AI. You can check out this other video about AI issues and ethics to get more information about that. And I'm going to link the ABA opinion in my source list. When it comes to protecting client data, your ethical duty should be obvious to you there as well. It really should have already been covered for you in a professional responsibility class, and I really should not have to rehash client confidentiality issues for you here. But here's a hard truth. AI has gotten so ingrained in every tool that you use as a lawyer that it's not optional any longer to learn at least the basics of it. This is why I'm currently producing a course to teach lawyers how to use AI in a practical way and teach them in a way that they'll understand. If you subscribe to this channel and sign up for the email list, you're going to know when that course drops. So far, it's looking like mid-October 2025. For signing up for the email list, you're going to get a free guide on how to use AI in your practice and not end up getting disbarred. Drop a comment below. Are you AI curious? Are you flirting with a chatbot, or are you going to ghost it like that bad Bumble date? If you found this video helpful, hit that like button. It helps other lawyers like you see it. And share this video if you know someone who might confess the malpractice on Meta AI's discovery page. Hit that notification bell to know when I launch more lessons to help you use AI with confidence without risking your law license.
This could be one of the greatest opportunities you're ever going to see. But for those who ignore this warning, they
Well, okay. So that was, oh hell. AI Confidence Project. You can find them on YouTube. But she's got some promising other videos. A lot of good information. And she is starting that, I don't know, AI tutoring or AI college later this year. If you're a legal professional, or hell, just a person with an AI interest, I would suggest checking it out. So, anyway, my interest is in AI. Excuse me, I'm hiccuping. I said it is, like it is, in AI. Reason why I'm interested in AI is because it intrigues me. I also have designs and plans to build a proof of concept system of my own for business purposes, personal purposes. I have a serious distrust for establishments. When I was in school back in the day, they said I got this, what do they call it? It's where you don't respect or trust authority. Defiance. Some kind of defiance disorder. I don't know. I can't remember the terminology. Anyway. I used to spend a lot of time in school suspension. Not going into what I used to do. Just, I ended up there. Okay. I may have told a few teachers a few times to kick rocks, and that's putting it lightly and politely. A lot more expletives involved there. I never liked the idea of being told what to do, what is expected, blah, blah, blah. I wasn't... how do I want to word this? I don't believe man should be ruled or governed. Yes, we need to get along. Yes, there are certain things that we must do in life to naturally progress. How you handle a situation, and yeah, there is a right way, a wrong way, and what the fuck. You know where I'm going with that, I think. Anyway. But we have these people who think they know better and are trying to control and limit and reduce, quote, carbon, end quote. With that being said, and I'm paraphrasing, just for clarity, the human body is made up of, well, at the end of the day, when you put it down to its simplest factor and form, carbon. I'm just going to pin that there. I'm not going to elaborate any further on that. Just let that resonate. Do your own research. Can't stress that enough. Do your own research. I'm bringing you the information that I see that puzzles me. Do your own research. I've done some research. I'm done doing research because it's depressing. When you have a firm idea, pattern recognition, connecting the dots. And by the way, I'm going to throw this out here. The demographic that people refer to as, quote, conspiracy theorist, end quote. It's no longer a theory nor a conspiracy if at last count 32-0. So it's fact at 32-0. And I'm just going to throw that out there. But again, and I can't say this enough, do your own goddamn research. Don't rely on one particular view of person or another particular view. Take views from both sides and then make an educated decision. I believe they call that, you know what they call that? Come on, come on. I know you know what they call that. I'm going to bang that drum for a minute. If you don't know, I'm not telling you. Because common sense is no longer common anymore. Shit, I'm getting off on a fucking rant. I didn't want to get off on a rant. That does nobody any different or any good when Hammer gets off on a rant. I don't know, here's something from Divine Chosen on YouTube. It says, your face and your image have shocked many people. I don't know, something from Elon Musk, supposedly. I don't know. Don't believe it. What we got here? Well, okay, this is going to be a blind react because I haven't previewed this one. Whoops. Oh. What did I accidentally click? Hold on a minute, I clicked on something. I wasn't trying to click on something. No, I don't want that.
I'm standing in front of the headquarters of a company.
Oh, okay, yeah. More Perfect Union has got a thing going on for BlackRock. The conspiracies you don't know. Wow. Where to even unpack that? Alright, wait a minute. Let's go back to what we were doing. I'm getting so sidetracked. Alright, anyway. Over here. Over here! Get over here. Okay. Let's play this blind video. I haven't seen it, so I have no idea what it's all about. But it's got everybody's favorite felon, and I don't mean DJT. This guy's got some good stories. Check him out.
What we as Muslims want to implement here in the United States, we believe the Constitution should be replaced by the Quran.
The first move that I will abolish the Constitution, and I will establish the only logical and rational Constitution, which is the Quran.
People are not coming here to acclimate to our way of life and be a part of our society. They are coming here to take our way of life away and force.
Well, damn, this is DJ Delay. I forget what his other screen name is, but you know the voice. It's irony. I'm just kind of talking about this, and then that shows up as I'm just flipping through stuff. God damn, how about it?
Their way of life onto us. These These people are our direct enemies and they should not be allowed to live on American soil. But what do you think? Let me know in the comments.
What we as Muslims want to implement here in the United States, we believe the Constitution should be replaced by the Quran.
The first move that I will do, I will abolish the Constitution, and I will establish the only logical and rational Constitution, which is the Quran.
People are not coming.
Anyway, I digress. We have a similar situation with these individuals in the trucking industry. They're estimating upward to 1 million drivers of their heritage and descent who have fabricated driver's license and or has paid through a pay-to-play scheme. Meanwhile, they can't speak a lick of English. Now, supposedly, the current administration has decided to try to clean them up, get them put on ice and shipped home. Well, scuttlebutt is coming back around through the trucking industry, because drivers talk. We love to talk, especially around the cafe table, the horseshoe. We're under the impression that there's some kind of kickback. I'm going to paraphrase this. It's easiest that way. So I'm going to allege and paraphrase at the same time that certain power plays in the background is stifled, if not slowed, for optics or whatever, the cleaning up of the American roadway with these illegal drivers who are not qualified to begin with, because they either have forged credentials, which somehow are being verified when they're gone through the chicken coop. Don't know how they're passing that off, but that's a hat trick. And then you've got the other half who are using pay to play. Legit credentials, bullshit testing, bullshit road tests, can't fucking park, can't goddamn back up to save their ass. You see this out here every day. It's getting to be an ongoing joke. And then their lane control, you can tell because they're all over the fucking road. They can't keep the truck in the goddamn lane. Or they're preoccupied. I don't know. That's what we refer to, and I don't mean this in a derogatory way, but we call them the Durkas. That's how you tell a legitimate driver from an imported driver who can't do shit. Anyway. And then there's a whole bunch of other drivers who come in here on work visas who really don't know their ass from the whole ground either. Then they overstay their visas. Excuse me. Wow. Casey Liddell, honorable mention here. He's a longtime truck driver, got a towing recovery and oversized business. And he posted yesterday a 15-minute plus video. He's getting out of the industry. He is getting out of the industry. He's had his fill. Wow. Oh, Tom McDonald got himself a nice new post. And I guess it's about a new song he put out, If the Devil Was a Democrat. Interesting enough, it looks like Peter Thiel is who he's got on the other side. Huh. Should give that a listen. No, I don't want to do it that way. Come on. Here we go. Let's see. Published August 15th, 2025. It's 1 minute, or one song that's 3 minutes long. Tom, I hope you don't mind me giving a preview on here.
The propaganda is on every channel. They think we stupid like the truth is just too hard to handle. Put on your camo, it's a culture war and load the ammo. They want Antifa ruling everything like it's Seattle. And they want anyone who's blatant to be dead and canceled. They want rainbows in the classrooms and 15 different bathrooms and white guys that hate black dudes. They want war, they don't want peace. They want fentanyl in our streets. They want borders to be weak. I swear the devil lives in California. He a politician. He passing bills that bring chaos and division. Yeah, the devil lives in California. Should be in prison. He got horns, but he tries to keep them hidden. Cause the devil is a devil. And we don't pay that. They say that. They love America.
Oh, wait a minute. I misspoke. I think that was actually Gavin Newsom he was looking at. I don't know. You'd have to get the backstory on yourself, but that's just a clip. It sounds like it's going to be another banger. Congratulations, Tom. I can see this going someplace. Actually, I'm going to download this right now. Put it in my playlist. Be some good road music. Let's see here. Here's an interesting person who gave a 20-minute video. Dennis, I can't pronounce your last name. It's Gorecea. About a week ago, apparently he asked ChatGPT a question, and he got a disturbing answer. No shocker there. Key thing about AI, if you guys didn't know, and you're getting into AI, it's all on how you frame your questions, your intro to the question. And I would reiterate also, break your question in segments. That way it's not all in one chat. That's a thing. Yeah, another guy, he calls himself Justice. Says you're being stalked, watched, and targeted. Big tech. I think that's where he's going with it. But he's got like a 30-minute video. ChatGPT 5 is also making news in here via the AI handbook. Heavy D Country. He's on a roll lately. If you haven't checked out Heavy D Country, you need to listen to what he's got going on. He's nailed some stuff pretty good lately. Yep. Anyway, let's go back to that Musk video that I was originally playing before I got on these sidetracked events. Oh, wait a minute. 7 hours ago, Full Spectrum Survival, if you ain't watched them, check them out. But he says the Marine Corps is on the move again. It's never good. Sam Bent says the Tor project just gaslit the entire user base, which is not good because Tor is going to be a key going forward. That's like a 20-minute plus video, I think. If you don't know what Tor is or a VPN, you need to do some research. But I think they've got some issues that are coming down the line, and that's what he's probably talking about. I haven't previewed the video yet, so I don't know what he's talking about. So I'm not going to comment any further than that. Oh, wait a minute. He just flashed. Apparently you got to use a fingerprint for Tor's latest browser, so they're going to know who you are going on the deep web. Well, ain't that a fucking kick in the ass? Yep, that's a kick in the ass. I'm going to put that on my watch list. Watch that later. And I've got listed in my favorites. So you can access my folder. I don't know if you can or can't, but I think sometimes you can access what people view or save. You can find it that way. If not, I'm going to eventually play it in one of my lives because, you know, it's all data, and I'm about data sovereignty. I'm in the process of changing a bunch of stuff in my personal life, which will fold over to my business once I get it started. Hopefully, if I get it started before this totalitarian takeover happens. I need to get it up and going, get some seed money. But I've got a nice big plan that'll set my legacy straight. Side note, I just noticed my machine is giving me an echo, and I almost sound like Johnny Cash at the Grand Ole Opry. Got that echo. I find it amusing. Warrior Poet Society. Check that out. He's got a 30-minute video saying why he left big tech. He got a ghost phone, by the way. I understand there's a computer expert guy out there, Broxman, who makes such a device. I have come across it, but I haven't really researched that yet, but I might be going in that direction. Another one I want to check out, just for shits and grins really, is the Nomad Capitalist. He's got a interesting video that's about 20 minutes long also, where he's talking about which countries are not part of the Great Reset and may be a good place to go vacation. Twin Path Network has got an interesting video put out 4 days ago. It's a short one. It's probably about 12 or 15 minutes long. And he's talking about how certain tech billionaires now own your data. And I'm not plugging the word he used. So use your imagination. Because, you know, you'll be anti-blank if you called it out. Because, heaven forbid, you'd be, quote, persecuting them, end quote, or singling them out for bullshit. Well, I don't know. I got my own personal opinions on that. But if you follow the money, hint, hint. Yeah, anyway. I'm overly opinionated sometimes. Business Corps got a video out come out yesterday. It says, what's coming is ugly and may destroy America. Well, no shit, Sherlock. 3 days ago, the damage report comes out and calls out Zuckerberg. Check that out. Yep, and we got a 12-minute video from TechLore who's saying how encryption is under attack. Well, that goes back to Tor and your VPNs and a couple other things. Homestead Journey, sorry, my bad. Homestead Journey got a video out, about 10 minutes long. You gotta check that out. Oh! And Network Chuck, he's got some pretty good shit. He's got a 30-minute video. He's talking about AI. The Crow says, Elon Musk, Grok AI was asked about Jesus. That's a 30-minute video. Let's see here. The Quartering put out a video 4 days ago saying YouTube is dead. They just rolled out some new brutal feature. I don't know, I haven't seen it yet. Suppose I'll look into that at some point, but that's like a 12-minute video. Oh, hey, and John McAfee is supposed to be dead, by the way. There's been some shadow accounts coming up I've been coming across every once in a while. And if I wouldn't have known better, John looks really alive and kicking. I don't know. Call it what you will. Maybe it's a dead man switch. I don't know. But I've caught a couple of the videos and they were quite interesting. Let's see here. Unforgotten history. 6,000 patents hidden by the U.S. government are being exposed. Benny Johnson got a video 16 hours ago. It says Roseanne Barr reveals dark truth about Epstein and Diddy. We already know that. We already got the dots and the I's figured out on that one. Let's see. My buddy Mike is running his live right now for his Sunday live stream. I have no idea what he's talking about because I'm doing our thing. Judging by the description, he's talking about something about Trump and Putin, DC, and God knows whatever else. But Mike's really, really in depth, and you should check him out. Let's see here. the Savvy is putting out a video yesterday about what's happening in D.C. is not what you think. Well, I already talked about that. Not everything is never as you think. 6 months ago, a video came out from Reverend, the man behind the American oligarchy. Well, they're talking about Peter Thiel again. His cohort, I don't know, they both kind of woo-wee off the chain. Oh, and your computer is logging this PC security channel about 4 months ago. There's no surprise. Thank you, Peter. Thank you, Bill Gates. Five days ago, Jessica Burbank, you're being watched. America's company behind the... okay, we know. Building the beast system. Truth be told. Why is a billionaire warning us about the Antichrist? We played that video, or audio, one of the two. About 15 minutes long. Stoic Finance 3 days ago says no one expected the WEF to get exposed. Well, yeah. Okay. Blaze TV with Glenn Beck yesterday. How does the deep state machine work? That's a 15-minute video. I'd say just ask Peter. UEFID was hacked 11 days ago. Low-level reporter. He says this goes deeper than your operating system. Yeah. Okay, Bill. Democracy Now! 3 days ago. Apparently there's a Fort Bragg cartel. A book exposes U.S. Special Forces involved in shady operations. Not the shady operations you would think. I'm talking the kind of shady operations that puts money in your pocket without reporting it. So if you've got tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 individuals engaging in that, I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there. But that's on YouTube. Check it out. It's Democracy Now! Posted 3 days ago. Yeah, how a socialist philosopher became CEO, and yeah, this is about a month ago, about 15, 17 minutes ago, whatever. It's got Alex Karp. Yeah. Alex. My interpretation of Alex is he's a psychopath. No other way around it. That's my interpretation. So you play that with the Peter, who's got a God complex, and then you get a psychopath. That's at least two people under the same roof. That's Palantir. Yeah. Anyway. I'm gonna have tempted to play this anyway, just for shits. Nah, I'll play it later. Save that to my playlist. I want to make sure I understand it before I comment any further on it. Oh, Oliver Anthony's back making songs again. No, take that back. That's 8 months ago. Wow. I hope he doesn't turn into another one-hit wonder. Liberal hive mind got something out there. Newsacre decides to break script on Democrat fake news. Here's something that is definitely pertinent. We should play this. It's a short video.
These are like the old Nextels, but on steroids. Check this out. Hey, checking in from California to Florida. Can you hear me all right?
Working great. Gotcha.
Flip phone right here, and yes, it is a real flip phone. But I know I'm in the minority. I know most people are using a fancy smartphone these days, and they get hacked all the time. And I do a lot of privacy consulting. People come to me and say, hey, I think my ex-husband has hacked my phone, or I think my ex-boyfriend, or whatever. So here are 5 ways that it is possible your phone may be hacked. So what is way? Number 1, it is, wait for it, because I'm going to show you, it is your battery is draining too fast. So yes, if you have a super older phone and they drain quicker, we know that. But if you've got a normal, newer phone and all of a sudden out of the blue, it's not something that's been happening, your battery is draining super quickly, that is probably because a malicious software is running in the background and draining all the battery. So it might mean that, unbeknownst to you, your ex-husband, ex-wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, stalker, whomever, might have installed something on there. So you got to be careful if your battery all of a sudden starts draining. Let's go to number 2. What is number 2? You can read my absolutely horrible handwriting. Strange background noise. Somebody might be tapping the calls, intercepting the calls. So if you are on your phone and all of a sudden you hear this weird clicking, you're going to hear some kind of static, like it's not a normal conversation, but something might be going on. So obviously pay attention to that. Don't just dismiss it and write it off. Okay, and now on to number 3. Unfamiliar apps. So what does unfamiliar apps mean? Yes, too many people have way too many gazillion and one apps. You should go check your apps. I would do it every 30 days. It's not that hard to do. It doesn't take that long. Scroll through your apps, and if you see unfamiliar apps that you didn't download, that's what the FBI calls a clue. So it could be keylogger. It could be other malicious software that somebody installed on your phone. Could be some type, to listen to your conversations and whatnot. There's obviously all kind of malicious software they can install. So that's why you need to check your apps. Because guess what? Most people don't do it. That's why most people are so easy to hack their phones. Not that I would know, because I would never do anything illegal, but they don't check their phones.
Allegedly.
They need to check this stuff, especially if you've just gotten out of a relationship and it didn't end well. All right. Numero quattro. Again, this is something you should check. This is something that doesn't take a long time to check. Go into your settings. If all of a sudden you're using a ton of data, what does this mean? Well, again, there might be a malicious software and they are sucking out the information from your phone and sending it to remote servers. So if your phone, you check it every 30 days or whatever, is running normally, and all of a sudden you're like, holy crap, why is all this data being used? You might find something, it could be an app or whatever, and again, they're extracting that information. Everybody has cell phones these days. Almost everybody but me uses smartphone. Hackers know this. They also know that us human beings are lazy. We don't check it. So that's why this stuff can go on forever before people realize, but not you if you start checking more often. Okay, and finally, number 5. If your phone is sluggish, it's not working as fast as it used to, which, again, happens over time. If you've got a flip phone from 2010 or whenever they really came out, then yeah, that's normal. If you have a newer cell phone that's sluggish, that is overheating, that is freezing, that all of a sudden like restarts and is doing bizarre stuff, that once again is what the FBI calls a clue. And something has been installed on there, maybe, most likely, and something's going on in the background. So, what is the risk of having these 5 problems? Well, obviously, somebody could hack you, your bank account, steal your identity. So, what you need to do, the first and simplest, easiest thing that I recommend, comes from our friends at Delete Me. So, again, if your phone is acting funny, maybe you've wondered how scammers or spammers are getting your phone information so easily. The answer is, unfortunately, data brokers. So, there are companies from all over. They collect your name, address, phone number, even your relatives' info, and they sell it without your consent, which is obviously terrible, right? As someone who's worked in personal security for years and has dedicated my life, not only with the CIA, but now in the personal security world, private security, I know how important it is and how much of a safety risk it is that your phone can be hacked and all your personal information. That is why I partner with Delete Me. Delete Me specializes in removing your personal information from hundreds of these data broker websites, including the obscure ones that 99% of people don't even know exist. So trying to do it yourself is a big very pain in the butt. It can take hours upon hours, and you might still miss a bunch. So with Delete Me, they handle everything. They fill out all the opt-out forms, they track the removals, they send you detailed privacy reports showing you exactly what was found and what they removed. They also keep monitoring your data year-round because sites sometimes repopulate your info and it needs to be removed again, and Delete Me is always one step ahead of them. Plus, which is very cool, they have masked emails and phone tools that are awesome for protecting your info going forward, so you don't even have to give out your real contact details to these websites unless you want to. So it's essentially like having a digital bodyguard for your privacy or your personal life. If you're serious about reclaiming your privacy like I am, check out joindeleteme.com/Hansen and you'll get 20% off your plan just for being here. So again, go to joindeleteme.com/Hansen, get 20% off. It's simple. I highly recommend it. Now we're going to get back to how do you fix your 5 phone problems? How do you fix if you think your phone is being hacked by an ex-husband, ex-wife, whatever? The very first thing you should do is immediately turn your phone on airplane mode. This will stop any data transfer. This will give you more time to investigate and see what's going on. I will tell you, when clients come to me and we check out their phones and we're pretty sure there's being hacked, we just dump it. We turn on airplane mode, we trash the phone, and they get a brand new phone. Now, obviously, that is an extreme scenario, but I do help women who have some nutso crazy stalkers. I mean, it's easy enough to get a new phone these days. You've got to abandon trashing it, but immediately, I can't emphasize this enough, turn it on airplane mode, and then you can go through and look for any apps that might not be there. Then you can do more investigation. So number 2 is kind of what I just mentioned at the end of number 1. You turn on airplane mode. Number 2 is you're going through your phone. You are checking every single app you downloaded. You're making sure there's nothing suspicious, like, why do I have this random flashlight app when my phone already has a flashlight? All those random stuff that you do not remember deleting, or putting on there yourself, you got to get rid of. So hopefully you don't have like 500 apps, even though I'm guessing there's some people do, but take the time, and anything that doesn't look right, quickly delete it. That's number 2. The third thing you should do is immediately run a malware scan, an antivirus scan. There's a lot of companies that can do it for you. There's Norton, there's Malwarebytes, there's a bunch out there, but 3, again, quickly run that scan after you've deleted any apps you think were wrong, and that scan will be able to tell you, okay, yes, your ex-husband put something crazy and he's been stalking you, or no, nothing's on there. Number 4 is change all your passwords tied to your phone. So maybe your email, your banking, whatever, and by the way, don't do this with a phone. Remember, we're still going down the line making sure this phone is not infected. So you go to a secure computer, something that you're sure is not hacked, maybe even go to a relative's or a friend or a family member, and that's where you change your banking password. That's where you change your Gmail or your Yahoo or whatever mail you're using and all that kind of stuff. So do not change your passwords from your phone. And number 5, if you're worried enough, and again, depending on what you've seen on the first 4 things, is to just make sure all your data is backed up, all your pictures, all that stuff, and do a full factory reset. Again, I know people are like, no, it's the end of the world. Well, it's better than having your bank account hacked, having somebody watch you, having your privacy hacked. So you'll do a full factory reset if you need to. And again, if it's a worst case scenario, you're just dumping the phone. Hopefully, you're not dealing with anybody hacking your phone. But I know so many people these days who unfortunately reach out to me and need this help, and hackers know it because everybody's got a phone. So protect yourself. Check your phone once a month to make sure nothing out of the ordinary, no new apps are on there, and stay safe. I'm former CI Officer Jason Hansen, and God bless you.
Thanks again, Delete Me, for sponsoring this video. To get your data removed from the internet, check out Delete Me via my link in the description and get 20% off.
Yep, that's good advice.
Talking about problems is how couples fix their marriage, right? Nope. That's actually how most men push their wives further away. And here's...
If you're watching this right now, you're likely dealing with something most people can't even begin to understand. The voices that won't stop, the sudden burns, the pressure, the fatigue that makes even sitting still feel like a battle. This isn't paranoia. This is psychological warfare. And it's real. But this isn't just coming from your neighbors or local police. No. The people behind this have power. These are elites, hidden hands, operating through tech companies, private contractors, intelligence networks, They're targeting you because you're a threat to the system. You question too much, you see too clearly, and they hate that. Just watching this video takes strength. So stay with me, because in this video I'm going to give you clarity, peace, and the reminder that you are not alone. Together, we'll look at 18 of the most extreme psychological warfare tactics used in gang stalking, and why they're being used on people like you. Let's get into it. 1. Voice to skull, V2K. You hear voices that no one else can hear. They speak to you. They mock you. Sometimes they even know your thoughts before you say them. This is not imagination. It's known as voice to skull, or V2K, using microwave frequencies. These voices are transmitted directly into your head, not through your ears, but through resonance inside your skull. The goal: to confuse you, to isolate you, to make everyone else believe that what you're hearing is just in your mind. But it's not, and you're not the only one. 2. MK Ultra conditioning. If you feel like you've been mentally rewired, like your mind has been broken down and reassembled by force, you may be experiencing MK Ultra style psychological conditioning. Trauma-based, repetitive, subtle at times, brutal at others. This tactic uses stress, manipulation, even symbols and triggers to fragment your thoughts and bend your identity. You weren't born broken. This was done to you. But what they didn't account for was your ability to fight your way back. 3. The echo chamber. Ever notice the same phrases repeating? Strangers mimicking your private thoughts. Your own words echoed back to you from the mouths of people you don't know. That's not coincidence. That's the echo chamber. Through algorithms, surveillance, and coordinated scripts, they flood your environment with repetition to convince you you're being watched from all sides. The goal is to break your trust in your surroundings and eventually in your own mind. 4. Implants. Maybe you felt a strange sensation beneath your skin, or you've noticed odd interference in your body. Pain, buzzing, vibrations you can't explain. Some targeted individuals have reported covert implants, microchips or nanotech inserted without consent. Devices used to track, influence, or even transmit into your nervous system. They deny it exists. But patents tell a different story. And you're living the reality. 5. Street theatre. You walk down the street and suddenly someone starts arguing loudly next to you or laughing at something that sounds eerily specific. This is street theatre. Staged events, scripted encounters, meant to provoke, confuse, and emotionally exhaust you. They're not random, they're not deliberate. But here's the truth. Your reaction is what they're after. The moment you stop feeding it, it starts to lose power. 6. Black bag operations. You come home and something feels off. Not stolen, not broken, but moved slightly, as if someone wanted you to know they were there. This is called a black bag operation. Covert break-ins, silent entry. They won't take much, but they'll let you know you're being watched, to make you feel unsafe, even in your own home. But remember, fear is the objective. Awareness is your weapon. 7. Microwave burns. You wake up with strange red marks. Your skin stings, your muscles aches, and there's a burn no doctor can explain. These are microwave burns caused by exposure to pulsed energy weapons. You didn't bump into anything. You're being hit. These attacks can be carried out remotely from nearby buildings, vehicles, even satellites. The goal is to weaken your immune system, rob you of sleep, and to keep your body in a constant state of distress. Covering windows with RF block materials, grounding yourself daily, and removing all smart tech from your bedroom can reduce exposure.
Footnote. It's proven lately that if you're running 5G in your house on your router, 5G can map your entire house. Let that resonate. Do your own research. But it has been brought to light.
8. Directed energy weapons, DEWs. Have you ever felt sudden heat at a specific area of your body, or a vibration deep in your bones? You may be experiencing a directed energy weapon attack. These devices emit focused beams of radiation or sonic pressure to cause pain, disorientation, or organ damage. They are silent, invisible, denied by most governments, but to the target, they are very real. Some report relief by creating a shielded sleeping area, using grounded copper mesh or carbon blankets. Others rotate sleeping locations frequently to avoid becoming a stationary target. 9. Microwave auditory effects. It's called the Frey effect, discovered in the 1960s. Certain microwave frequencies can cause the perception of sound inside your skull. It's real, it's documented, and it's used. If you hear clicking, tones, or mechanical speech that seems to come from inside your head, that's not a symptom, that's a signal. You're not alone in hearing it. Thousands have reported the same. Protect your environment, reduce RF exposure, and document every incident. 10. Schizophrenia conditioning.
You won't believe this was me 3 weeks ago.
Hello, everyone. I'm Michael. I'm here. Yes, that's what I wanted to say.
Hello, everyone. I'm Michael. I'll be walking you through to...
One of the most sinister tactics of all is psychological framing. They create symptoms, voices, paranoia, confusion, and then gaslight you into believing you're mentally ill. This is schizophrenia conditioning. It weaponizes psychiatry to erase your credibility and silence your voice. Remember, just because they label it doesn't mean it's true. You are experiencing attacks, not delusions. Stay grounded in your truth, keep records, and avoid revealing your experiences to professionals who are trained only to diagnose, not to believe. 11. Extreme gaslighting by medical and legal systems. You go to a doctor, you tell them what's happening, they smirk. You go to the police, and they write it off as paranoia. This is institutional gaslighting. A coordinated effort to make you question your own sanity. These systems work together to discredit and isolate you. But don't let that stop you from protecting yourself. Find trauma-informed professionals. Document all interactions. And know that just because they wear a badge or carry a title doesn't mean they work for you. 12. Operation Wandering Soul. In Vietnam, the US military used a tactic called Operation Wandering Soul. They played eerie voices over loudspeakers at night to mimic the cries of lost spirits. It was psychological warfare, and it worked. Today, the same concept is used against targets. Ghost voices, eerie sounds, whispers, often combined with V2K or synthetic telepathy. It's designed to make you question the boundary between this world and the next. Ground yourself in spiritual clarity and understand that this tactic can take its power away. 13. Voice of God technology. This is the apex, the voice of God weapon, a system designed to implant thoughts, speech, or divine messages directly into a person's mind, bypassing all external sound. Targets may hear commands, believe they're being contacted by a higher power, or even feel they're being possessed. The goal is to fracture your spiritual identity, to control your beliefs, to break your will. But once you know it's a tool and not a revelation, you can reclaim your power. Your mind is yours. Your spirit is not for sale. 14. Surveillance cameras and satellite tracking. Maybe you've noticed cameras popping up on lampposts, in unmarked vehicles, or even in your own neighborhood, pointed directly at your home. Or strange aircraft that seem to follow you no matter where you go. These are not accidents. Targets often report constant monitoring by CCTV, drones, and even satellites. The goal is to rob you of privacy, to make you self-censor. Every move watched, every word calculated. But awareness is power. You can reclaim your life by limiting smart devices, blocking visual lines of sight, and using decoys or misdirection to throw off surveillance patterns. 15. Aircraft harassment, gang stalking by air. You hear them before you see them. Low-flying helicopters, unmarked planes, circling again and again. You move, they follow.
No, he forgot to mention drones. Drones are a new favorite.
You sleep, they hover. This is airborne psychological pressure, designed not to kill, but to exhaust. It's a message. We're watching, always. But aircraft harassment relies on your fear. Recognize it as a scare tactic, not omnipotence. The sky does not belong to them. 16. Electronic harassment and remote neural monitoring. You're feeling drained. Your thoughts feel hijacked, like someone is inside your head. This is electronic harassment, and its darker twin, remote neural monitoring, technology that reads and influences brainwaves from a distance, using EMF fields and silent frequencies. It's designed to monitor your thoughts, distort your emotions, and even simulate pain, all without leaving a mark. You're not imagining this. You're experiencing real, targeted manipulation. Protection starts with reducing your exposure. Unplug smart tech, shield your space with copper mesh or carbon materials, and ground yourself daily. But most of all, learn to guard your inner dialogue. Practice thought discipline. Your mind is sacred, and the more aware you are, the less power they have. 17. AI monitoring and synthetic telepathy. Some targets say the voices start to change. They sound more robotic, faster, cold, calculated. This may be AI-driven harassment, a neural interface designed to respond to your thoughts in real time. Synthetic telepathy. The end game: control not just your environment, but your inner world. But your mind is sovereign. Practice silent thought, mindfulness, even encryption of thought, creating mental shields or visualizing barriers. You are not a node of their network. You are human. Sleep disruption tactics. When they can't break you with fear, they break your rest. Loud sounds at night, sudden vibrations, dreams that feel implanted. Sleep disruption weakens your immunity, your mood, your memory. It's one of their most common tactics, one of the hardest to endure. Protect your sleep. Use blackout curtains, analog clocks, EMF shielding, and unplug all devices. Rotate sleeping spots. Practice deep breathing before bed. Your rest is a weapon. Don't let them take it. You didn't choose this, but something about you made them feel threatened. Your awareness, your truth, your light.
What if 7 minutes a day could take you back 30 years?
The people behind this, psychopaths, controllers, miserable souls who need to dominate others to feel alive, but they can't control someone who knows who they are. That's your power. Connect with others who understand. Stay grounded in reality, not the one they've distorted, but yours. Cleanse your body, clear your mind, and guard your spirits. You're not broken. You're targeted, but you're also awakening. And once you awaken, there's no going back. If this video resonates with you, you're not alone. I've been a target of gang stalking for over 13 years, and I've spent years studying the tactics, healing the trauma, and helping others to do the same. Through that journey, I built this online community to support people like you, people who were never meant to fit the system because they see through it. If you need direct support, I offer private coaching, strategies, validation, and tools that actually work for talented individuals. You'll find the link below. Please like, comment, and subscribe to help this message reach others. And thank you for watching. Stay sharp, stay grounded, and remember, you're not crazy. You're being targeted. And you're not alone. Why are they so cold?
That was Narc Survivor, N-A-R-C Survivor. Check them out on YouTube. Copper Jacket TV. Globalists are coming for your pew-pew. Yeah, okay, somebody says they made their own internet. I don't know. This is a 25-minute view from some ordinary gamers. Put it out 5 days ago. This is a censor-proof internet just dropped. Yeah, okay. I don't know. 7-minute video from Copper Jacket. I think we need to listen to that.
A strong aversion to outside countries or...
We are in the age of free men with arms, men who have decided that they will have no masters. And those men are circumventing your controls, including anything the UN may implement. The state monopoly on the tools of liberty is now over.
Hey everybody, how's it going? My name is Will and welcome to Copper Jacket TV. So as an American, and since the founding of this country, we have had a very strong aversion to outside countries or entities telling us what we can do, especially when it has an effect on our constitutional rights. But every single year, we seem to battle back against the globalists and the United Nations when it comes to our Second Amendment, and they're at it again this year. Now, you guys want to listen up to this one because it can have a direct effect on everybody in this country. So, stay tuned. Okay, so let's go and talk about what's going on here. So every year, a special council of the UN meets to talk about the ATT, the Arms Trade Treaty, also known as the Small Arms Treaty, which is a multinational effort to regulate the commercial transfer of small arms to any country that is involved in this treaty. Now, we were actually once involved in the treaty, sort of, when Obama signed into the treaty back in 2013. However, that was never ratified by Congress, and so that was never finalized. Now, some say that the ATT could lead to a multinational, if not global, registry. And you know what happens when people in power get their hands on a registry like that. It's never anything good. Now, thankfully, we do have some representation there to push back against this, but it's probably not from who you might expect. It's actually from the NAGR. Check out last year. This is Dudley Brown.
The National Association for Gun Rights. Thank you, Mr. President. Currently, the U.S. is home to more than 500 million civilian-owned firearms, 10% of which could be defined as assault rifles. How does the UNATT deal with a nation with not only so many small arms, but whose very foundation and national identity is wrapped around armed defiance? It's an inherent challenge to the state monopoly on small arms. Now, Mexico is trying a new method. They are suing U.S. small arms manufacturers in U.S. court, attempting to dodge the corruption and cartel issues that drive Mexico's rampant violence. This will, of course, fail. North Korea and China have a more traditional approach to citizen disagreement. We all know what that looks like. What Mexico, China, and many others here don't understand is that the world has changed. The internet has made so much of it obsolete. We are in the age of free men with arms, men who have decided that they will have no masters. And those men are circumventing your controls, including anything the UN may implement. The state monopoly on the tools of liberty is now over. This is a very good reason that every successful dictator in the 20th century went out of their way to disarm citizens before enforcing the tyranny that would get them shot. But those days are over. You laugh. But it's true. I am not concerned with the praise or good opinions of dollar store dictators or bureaucrats. I'm only really now speaking to the people of the world, not just the CSP. The simple fact is that your government cannot keep you safe. It is neither their desire nor their objective. They seek only your obedience and subservience. They do not disarm you to keep you safe from yourself. They disarm you because they fear how you will react when they step out of line. They are either in bed with the criminals who oppress you, or are the very criminals that dole out the oppression. Good men of the world, if you have arms, don't give them up, no matter what people here might say. Jealously protect and defend your ability to resist. They will be what stands between you and your self-determination. To those who have no arms, shake your system in order to secure them. Your arms can be the torch to light the path toward a better world, toward a future of your own making. Thank you.
I thank you. Thank you. What should I say? I mean, it's a free world. As a proof, you can speak, and this is clear. I was smiling, not laughing, because given my physical position, I could see how many eyebrows you raised in the room.
Now, what he said right there was absolutely inspiring. He said, no good man should give up his arms, and I agree wholeheartedly. But you heard the reply from the president of that UN Council, who kind of laughed and chuckled like it was some sort of joke. Well, unfortunately, we have another UN Council meeting over the ATT that's coming up on August 25th. And I believe that the NAGR is there once again to make their voices heard and speak on our behalf, which is something that we need to happen. And they're also speaking on, well, the rest of the globe's behalf as well. Because the problem with this treaty is the more nations that get on board with this, the more that are regulated under its control. And that would have a direct effect on us as well when it comes to imports and things like that. So we need to make sure that we can somehow stop this and at least stop it from happening and make sure that no future president, no future Congress of the United States has the ability to join something like this, which would be in direct conflict to our own founding Constitution and our Second Amendment rights. It has to end. But this is what they're pushing for. It is more or less global disarmament and global control over small arms. So I wanted to let you know about that. I think there might be some people out there that don't even know this exists. While we fight for our rights here at home, there is a coalition out there that is trying to resist them abroad. So I wanted to let you know about that. I want to thank you all very much for watching. I really do appreciate it. Again, have a great day.
That was Copper Jacket TV. He posted that 3 days ago on YouTube. Footnote, he's not wrong, because if they disarm the common man, only two classes that'll have it would be the government and the criminals. And let's face it, the government can't always be everywhere to protect you. Even in today's modern high-tech society with cameras everywhere, is that camera going to protect you? No, it's not. It'll record the crime. They may or may not catch the individual. Your best defense is a strong offense. Do not surrender your firearms for any reason. Keep them near and dear, give them pet names, and treat them with respect. That's my thought process on firearms. Pew-pews in the United States. Moving on, let's see what else we got here in the news feed. Well, ain't that the shit? Netanyahu, his deputy, arrested in Vegas. This was posted a day ago. In a child predator sting. Let that resonate. That's the Jimmy Dore show, if you want to see that. It's about a 9-minute video. Langley Outdoor Academy, he just posted something 17 hours ago. Something about $25,000. I don't know. I want to check that out. GB News. Big changes are coming concerning UKI bill. 12-9-minute video. Let's see. Let's check that out.
This is for RV owners who want to watch TV on the go. Everyone laughed when I pulled out this tiny TV antenna in the middle of nowhere.
New eyes on the issue when it is debated AI, artificial intelligence. The way that politicians talk about it, you would think that it was the saviour of humanity. Appropriately, perhaps, given the opaque nature of AI, there are very few eyes on the issue when it is debated in governmental forums all around the world. And this is particularly bad here in the UK. Why? Well, partly, I don't think many MPs really understand the implications of what they're debating. Also, many newspaper editors don't seem to grasp the future towards which we are hurtling. The British Parliament was literally debating AI today in the UK, but nobody in the media was giving it the slightest of mentions. Nobody but me, that is. So let me introduce you to the harbinger of freedom, truth and civil liberties, the glorious Silkie Carlo of London's Big Brother Watch. It's an organisation desperately trying to hold decision makers to account. I spoke to her alongside my co-presenter on my GB News morning show earlier today, and I started by asking her what the bill being debated is about and why it matters.
Thank you for covering this because it really is important. These are highly technical legal changes, but they are designed to open the floodgates to automated decisions made about all of us in everyday life. So we hear a lot about AI in the press and from politicians and about innovation and growth and money and GDP, but actually these are things and the decisions that can be made by machines are things that affect all of us. And it's not just about money, it's about fairness, it's about justice, privacy, our data, health, even the right to life.
So you see, the ramifications are so huge. How do you even start to dissect what this all might mean? How do you create rules around the laws which are being passed to protect the individual and also the collective? We're not just being reluctant here to use an app or pay by phone. It's not about being a Luddite. It's something much bigger than that.
Because already automated decisions are being made in the NHS about things like organ transplants and who is eligible for an organ transplant and who gets higher up on the list. Police forces are using AI cameras to decide who to stop and question. They also some forces are using AI in custody suites to decide who to prosecute and who to release. And of course, we're all familiar with some of the high-profile stories like the automation and AI that was used in the A-level grading scandal, which, of course, got it wrong for thousands of young people who had their lives affected. So we need to be really cautious when we're opening the floodgates to machines making sensitive decisions about our everyday lives. This isn't the kind of thing that should be happening in the shadows. It should be happening with an enormous amount of scrutiny and with the strongest safeguards. But actually what the Labour government is doing is saying we're going to water down massively the very few safeguards that already exist, and we're going to enable AI decisions to be made for all purposes about the public.
This kind of thing makes my blood run cold. You know that feeling, we've all been there. A computer says no, or you're trying to talk to a bot online, and all you want to do is talk to a human being, because not everything in life is black and white. It's not all binary. There is nuance. Well, that feeling, that frustration that we get as individuals, put more AI into our official systems, and that goes on steroids. Imagine this system in relation to, say, vaccines, the latest vaccine that the state says that you have to have. And the state is telling you, not by a person-to-person conversation between maybe a doctor or a medic and an individual, but they're telling you via your phone, and it's an AI system that's making that decision on your behalf. And if you don't take that vaccine, then you can't do the things that you want to do in life. That is where this ends. It's not just about vaccines, though. It might be about your mental health. It might be that you are suffering from depression and you tell your doctor, but this goes through the system. At that point, you're told you have to take medication for your depression or you can't go to work. You might not want to take that medication. I know this feels dystopian, but this is where it's going. We only have to look at China, where they have the social credit score, of course, and you will have a social credit score on your phone if we don't push back against this. I asked Silky Carlo to give me a real-world example of how this might work to sense the frustration, particularly in the healthcare system.
Absolutely. There was a young woman who was waiting for a liver transplant, a life-saving operation, and she couldn't understand why she wasn't higher up on the list and why her position was where it was. She wasn't informed by the NHS. She had to do her own research and find out that there was something called the Liver Transplant Benefit Score, which, guess what, is based on lots of pieces of data and is an automated score that was sorting people as to when they should be eligible for a life-saving operation. And she then was able to find out what data was going in, why she was ranked low, and she defined that there were problems in there, and it was effectively making a nonsensical decision. Now, in cases like that, that's a life and death decision in the NHS already being made by AI. I don't think the public fully grasped, because of the level of secrecy, just how impactful and widespread these kinds of decisions.
I would also allege, footnote on this, that they're talking about healthcare systems, and I believe Peter's Palantir is now wired into that system. And they have a, quote, kill chain, end quote. Do your research. Let that resonate.
The liver transplant benefit score. Where is the humanity in that statement? Where is a kind doctor or a surgeon discussing that with a patient who's literally facing life and death? We talk about AI as though it is the solution to all these problems. I just can't help but think in all these instances it's going to create more problems. What does the government say in defence of this bill? Let's look at it. Well, they say that it could boost the UK economy by £10 billion over the next decade. Okay, fine. At what cost? They say that using AI in these circumstances will create conditions for supporting open banking. Quite like the banking closed, actually. Thanks very much. They want to expand smart data schemes. They want to foster tech innovation and competition. Again, we've done this before, haven't we? It all sounds so marvellous. They say that it's going to improve public service because the bill is expected to free up 1.5 million hours of police time annually. That might be okay. There might be some logic to that. If a policeman is entering...
And that's where they talk about predictive policing. That, again, is Palantir. If you remember back in the day, there was a TV show, and I believe it was called The Machine, is with the reference, but I forget the actual name of the TV show. It draws complete comparisons about predictive policing and basically thought crimes, where they used to go around and prevent crimes before they happened. It's an interesting TV show. Maybe you should Google it and see if you can find a rerun someplace on, I don't know, Netflix or something. I don't know. Just throwing that out there. But it's almost like they were telling us years ago that this was coming. And it was dressed up as a science fiction type TV show back in the day. A lot of iconic old TV shows and music, if you go back and listen to it with today's optics, it's amazing. Anyway, I digress.
policewoman is entering information into a system and a computer can do that for them, then great. But make sure that those policemen don't just lose their jobs. Those police are replaced and they're on the streets and they're knocking on doors and just checking that victims of crime are okay, and maybe knocking on the doors of some wrong ones as well to make sure that they're not misbehaving. The government claim it's also going to save 140,000 NHS staff hours every year. Really? Because every time the NHS has inculcated some sort of technological advancement within the system, it seems to cause nothing but issues. On my show this morning, I was receiving loads of messages from viewers saying they are incredibly frustrated by the fact that they get a text from their doctor's surgery, not from the doctor, to tell them about an appointment. And maybe they've cancelled that appointment, but the lack of communication means that nothing gets sorted out in a satisfactory manner. The government say they're also going to create a national map of underground infrastructure to reduce excavation accidents. I have no idea what they know that we don't know about incoming excavation accidents. Anyway, watch this space. But it's not just health, security and banking. This is about a mission creep to control and surveil all of you. It's no longer this conspiracy theory that some people were talking about. It's already happening. This is what Silky said.
It's starting to happen in the NHS. We also saw AI creeping into the NHS during COVID when lots of contracts were being given out left, right and centre. And we're seeing police forces increasingly using AI. It's also in the welfare system. And often, you know, this is the kind of stuff that is used to the...
Again, Palantir got their fingers in everything. The information's out there. Research it. I'm not even going to say alleged because the information's out there. Research it. Do your research. I can't stress this enough. They're talking about factual, actual systems being deployed globally by a U.S. corporation.
Disadvantage of people, so the government is using algorithms to flag members of the public as potential fraudsters, and that's particularly in the welfare system, people who are already on the poverty line. This isn't happening in the city, you know, it's not happening to multimillionaires, it's happening to people who are living on, you know, £20-30 a week, and this is spreading across the public service, let alone the private sector.
So there's a theme here. It's not affecting...
By studying geometry, we can think about our first principles, think about...
The super rich, any of this, they will always find a way around these sorts of systems. Their privacy may be protected, but it's happening to the little guy on the street. The government are starting to look into bank accounts of people on benefit to make sure they're spending it in the right direction. I couldn't have had Silky Carlo on without asking her about another massive story here in the UK this week. Didn't get anything like the press coverage that it should have done. And this is about digital IDs being rolled out when they go to pubs.
Yeah, pay close attention to this. Because this is now... Well, shoot, this video came out 8 months ago. So roll forward. It's already being pretty much implemented over in the UK. And don't think for a second this is not coming to the United States. There was some information that people either didn't grasp or skimmed over that was in that big, beautiful bill. You know the one. I can't believe DJT would sell us out like this. Yeah, let that resonate. And then you compound everything else. Yeah, I'm trying to keep this decent, so I'm not going to elaborate further. I'm just trying to keep it rolling. As such...
And to clubs.
This is happening in the same bill, that there is this digital identity framework being created by the government, as they call it, and it is basically an encouragement towards more widespread use of digital ID. In the bill, it is pitched as the government kind of giving a trust mark to the multiple different companies who offer digital ID now. I think the most important thing in that debate is to make sure that it stays optional. Because in practice, lots of people do need to use digital ID now. For example, if you are signing a new rental agreement or, doing online banking and so on. But the really important thing is that you should always have a choice. And so we've been leading the campaign in Parliament on this bill, not only on the AI and automated decisions, but on digital ID to say, fine, make digital ID available to people who want to use it. But you have to legally safeguard our right to not use digital ID and to use other forms of ID where it's really needed. Yeah. Bearing in mind that there are well over 5 million people in this country who aren't even competent or even connected to the internet. And so a lot of people get cut out by these systems, and a lot of people just don't want to use them. Sharing identity data online can be very dangerous as well. So we do need to have these kinds of safeguards and protections so that we don't have to live in the digital matrix if we don't want to.
So we don't have to live in a digital matrix. Some days it feels like we already do. What Silky points out is the element of choice will remain important. Do you have any faith that it will remain voluntary? Also, imagine being a 18, 19-year-old trying to get into a nightclub. You have to show your digital ID before you get in. You can try and argue your legal rights that it isn't mandatory, that it's voluntary, but you just know where that conversation is going to end. I hate this vision of the future, and I hate being a mother of young people.
Yep, because they're going to cite policy. They're going to say if you don't comply with their policy, then you don't need to be in that location. They're doing that currently now with the American trucking industry with certain facets of the different freight sectors. They claim security is the reason why they're doing that. There's no reason why when I pick up a load at a particular location that they need my phone number or any of my other details or my driver's license. There's no logical explanation other than control and put me in some fucking database that I don't want to be in. And there are certain protections and laws already on the books that protect truck drivers' personal information, because we often haul sensitive nature stuff. And I know I just said the oxymoron right there. I know. But here's the take. They did their diligence. They hired the carrier. The carrier did their diligence per federal law and hired you. The truck that you drive has got all the pertinent information that shipper needs. Clearly written on the exterior of the truck. And it don't take but 2 seconds to either manually type it into the USDOT or FMCSA website, the SAFER website, for verification. Or even calling the company to say, hey, is this your driver? No, can't do that. No. They'd rather have the driver jump through a bunch of hoops and wonder what time they took a shit last, and then dictate to the driver how far they have to go before they can take a break. I'm not mentioning any customers' names, but no. I mean, if I got to stop and take a piss or take a shit, I'm going to stop and take a piss or a shit. I'm sorry. I'm blunt. That's what it is. And this one customer, shipper, had the audacity to follow me for 3 hours to the Ohio-West Virginia line one time. After blowing their cover, following me, I called in to dispatch. Dispatch had no inclination that they were doing this. So about 30 minutes after that phone call, after they blew their spot, they got right up on my ass. I called dispatch again. I said, you need to get a hold of whoever this jackass is and tell them they're going to have a very bad day, because I'm not the driver to fuck with. I will brake check their ass and put them in the fucking weeds. I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. No. Because to me, my position, That's attempting hijacking. And under federal law, if I feel threatened to that extent, I believe I am within my rights to act accordingly. Again, that's my interpretation of the laws. I'm not a lawyer. I don't pretend to be one. I just tell you what's on my mind. I don't necessarily frame it correctly, but that's exactly how it is. You fuck with a truck in a way that makes that driver uncomfortable, that can be construed as hijacking. In that case, it's the old saying, fuck around and find out, F-O, that's a thing. Keep that in mind. Again, I'm not a lawyer, and I don't pretend to be one, but those are my understanding of the laws and the rules. And I've been at this 32 years as a licensed CDLA driver. Notice at no time did I say professional. I didn't go to school to drive a truck. I was born into it. There is a difference.
People who are going to be walking into this vision of the future. This is a developing story. More of us need to talk about it. More of us need to be spreading this video. Do what you can. Spread it around as much as you can. Let us know in the comments below as well your thoughts on this. I will be watching this bill closely and I will bring you the results of it. I will let you know what happens only on GB News Originals on YouTube. I am Bev Turner. Thank you for watching. Stay vigilant.
This is a smart flash drive for your phone that hosts 250,000 photos and 500 hours of HD videos. Yeah, that many. Let me show you how easy it is to use. First,
Anyway, I think we'll take this opportunity to circle back to go to that video. Yeah. Well, damn. The Daily Beast, some of you may know it, some of you don't, but it's another third-party independent publication. They released a video yesterday that says Trump's inner circle drops F-bomb post Putin Alaska meeting. I'm not sure what all that's about, but that's something worth going back and checking out. Sky News Australia says 3 weeks ago, Klaus Schwab and World Economic Forum faces monumentous blah, blah, blah. There's investigation into Klaus Schwab. You know who he is. You'll own nothing and be happy. Yeah. You'll eat bugs, blah, 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 you know. Okay. Palantir Thesis, 1 year ago, Palantir Vision, they put this out. They got their own YouTube channel. Kathy Wood finally shares full Palantir Thesis. It's like a 9-minute video. World Economic Forum, she should have quietly out loud. Carl Vernon, 3 weeks ago. Yeah, it's only 3 minutes. Let's play that.
We tend to think of in the paradigm of yesterday. So in the paradigm of yesterday. So first we would say, here's a car. Let's put an electric engine into it. Oh, let's make this car self-driving. But if it's the same car in a road that is completely congested, it doesn't matter whether this car is autonomous or electric or whatever. You still don't get anywhere. You just get stuck in traffic.
WEF's very own Ida Ulkan. I think that's how you pronounce it. Ida Ulkan. Anyway, it's the person, you remember the very, very classic ditty, You'll own nothing and be happy.
Oh, there's some
That's
irony.
the one. Here she is, saying the quiet part out loud regarding car ownership.
So this is why we talk about mobility, because actually, if you can get people to share a car, you can take out, a lot of cars in the streets. I think it's Singapore where they looked at how they could bring it down to about 40% of the cars if we would use them smarter. And the interesting thing about technology is that it makes sharing easy and fun and not annoying. It used to be a little bit difficult to share. You would have to go on somewhere in the other end of town and get a key. And that's not what you want to do if you want to take your car. But if you can just use your neighbor's car because you have a smartphone and an app and you don't even need to know the neighbor to get into his car.
You gotta have that smartphone, you gotta have the smart app.
Or if you can find ways of carpooling, and this is what technology helps you do, it's much easier and much more fun to share. And you start then thinking completely different about transport and traffic. And I think it's very important that we do not just try to fix yesterday's paradigm, but think about how do we want a city to move.
Can we just get to it? It's fun and easy to share, you guys, and if we've got the smartphone and the smart app, we can just get into our neighbour's car when they're not using it.
That's tough.
Fun and easy and convenient. But let's just get to it, shall we? This is all about not having a car at all, isn't it? Yeah. This is them small steps into the non-car ownership that aren't so small anymore, that are becoming more and more blatant, that in regards to fines and parking and ULEZ-style friggin' cameras everywhere, it's becoming more and more impossible, especially in the 15-minute city-style A cities. Yeah? So get to it, will ya? Yeah, it is quiet part out loud, but a little bit like that ditty, you'll own nothing and be happy. It includes the car, doesn't it? Ta-ta.
Viagra and Cialis, they increase
commercials.
That's why you can physically perform, but they do nothing for...
Don't care about that. Anyway. Ooh, here's a big one. 1 hour and 6 minutes, AI, the final countdown. Let's see who produced that. Hold on a second. Okay, so it's YouTube, movies, and TV. It looks like it's a mini movie, by the way it's starting. Independent film, perhaps. Don't know, I haven't seen it, but I'm going to put that out of the side. And I think I'm going to see here. Save that. Change. I'm going to save that to watch later. Yep. Wow. Okay. All right, let's put that off to the side. Let's see, notification from Rumble. Let's see, Rosa and fine, all that. Anyway, and speaking of Rumble, anybody else having a problem with the Rumble feed? I could post anything I want to it, but if I want to go live, I got to do some weird with the studio. I think I got to start from scratch. Anyway, let's see here. Kill that, kill that. No. Kill that, kill that. Go over here to browser. Nope, not it. Display, here we go. Alright, let's start this Elon Musk video over. It's 33.5 minutes long.
You got really two choices. You could either be a spectator or a participant. We're talking about an economy that is thousands of times, maybe millions of times bigger than the economy today. I went to Russia in like 2001 and 2002 to buy ICBMs.
This was to get to space as a rocket.
Not to nuke anyone, but like I think we're quite close to digital superintelligence. It may happen this year. You got really two choices. You could either be a spectator or a participant. We're talking about an economy that is thousands of times, maybe millions of times bigger than the economy today. I went to Russia in like 2001 and 2002 to buy ICBMs.
This was to get to space.
Yeah,
as a rocket.
Not to nuke anyone, but like I think we're quite close to digital superintelligence. It may happen this year. Digital superintelligence defined as smarter than any human at anything. And I'm somewhat troubled by the Fermi paradox. Like, why have we not seen any aliens? And it could be because
we bring you Elon Musk's latest unfiltered interview where he shares exclusive predictions about artificial intelligence, the race to Mars, and building companies that could save humanity from extinction. In this supercut, we work on reducing pauses and filler words while preserving every crucial insight, saving you over 15 minutes of your valuable time. After months focused on politics, this conversation returns to what Elon does best: engineering the future. We've structured this into 3 focused chapters. First, the foundations that shaped his thinking. Second, building the companies to make life multiplanetary. And third,
imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one, to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation.
His predictions for AI and what comes next. Chapter 1, First Principles, How Elon Got Started.
Was there ever a moment in your life before all this where you felt, I have to build something great? And what flipped that switch for you?
well, I didn't originally think I would build something great. I wanted to try to build something useful, but I didn't think I would build anything particularly great. If you said probabilistically, it seemed unlikely, but I wanted to at least try.
So you're talking to a room full of people who are all technical engineers, often some of the most eminent AI researchers coming up in the game.
Okay. I like the term engineer better than researcher. I mean, I suppose if there's some fundamental algorithmic breakthrough, it's research, but otherwise it's engineering.
Maybe let's start way back. I mean, when you were, this is a room full of 18 to 25-year-olds. It skews younger because the founder set is younger and younger. Can you put yourself back into their shoes when, you were 18, 19, learning to code, even coming up with a first idea for Zip2? What was that like for you?
Yeah, back in 95, I was faced with a choice of either do, grad studies, PhD at Stanford in material science, actually working on ultracapacitors for potential use in electric vehicles, essentially trying to solve the range problem for electric vehicles, or try to do something in this thing that most people had never heard of called the internet. And I talked to my professor, who was Bill Nix in the material science department, and said, can I defer for a quarter because this will probably fail, and then I'll need to come back to college. And then he said, this is probably the last conversation we'll have. And he was right. But I thought things would most likely fail, not that they would most likely succeed. And then in 95, I wrote, I think, the first or close to the first maps, directions, internet, white pages and yellow pages on the internet. I just wrote that personally. And I didn't even use a web server. I just read the port directly because I couldn't afford, and I couldn't afford a T1. The original office was on Sherman Avenue in Palo Alto. There was an ISP on the floor below. So I drilled a hole through the floor and just ran a LAN cable directly to the ISP. And, my brother joined me and another co-founder, Greg Curry, who passed away. And at the time, we couldn't even afford a place to stay. So we just, the office was $500 a month. So we just slept in the office and then showered at the YMCA on Page Mill and El Camino. And I guess we ended up doing a little bit of a useful company, Zip2 in the beginning. And we did build a lot of really good software technology, but we were somewhat captured by the legacy media companies, and that Knight Ridder, New York Times, and the Hearst, whatnot, were investors and customers, and also on the board. So they kept wanting to use our software in ways that made no sense. So I wanted to go direct to consumers. Anyway, it's a long story, dwelling too much on Zip2, but I really just wanted to do something useful on the internet, because I had two choices, like do a PhD and watch people build the internet, or help build the internet in some small way. And I was like, well, I guess I can always try and fail and then go back to grad studies. Anyway, that ended up being like reasonably successful. It sold for like $300 million, which was a lot at the time. These days, that's like, I think minimum impulse bid for an AI startup is like $1 billion. It's like, there's so many friggin' unicorns. It's like a herd of unicorns at this point. Unicorn's $1 billion situation.
There's been inflation since, so quite a bit more money.
Yeah, I mean, like 9.95, you could probably buy a burger for a nickel. Well, not quite, but I mean, yeah, there has been a lot of inflation. But I mean, the hype level on AI is pretty intense, as you've seen. You see companies that are, I don't know, less than a year old getting sometimes billion-dollar or multi-billion-dollar valuations, which I guess could pan out, and probably will pan out in some cases. But it is eye-watering to see some of these valuations. Yeah, what do you think?
I mean, well, I'm pretty bullish personally. I'm pretty bullish, honestly. So I think the people in this room are going to create a lot of the value that, 1 billion people in the world should be using this stuff. And we're scratching the surface of it. I love the internet story in that even back then, you are a lot like the people in this room back then, in that, the heads of all the CEOs of all the legacy media companies look to you as the person who understood the internet. And a lot of the world, the corporate world, like the world at large that does not understand what's happening with AI, they're going to look to the people in this room for exactly that. It sounds like, what are some of the tangible lessons? It sounds like one of them is don't give up board control, or be careful about having a really good lawyer.
I guess for my first startup, the mistake was having too much shareholder and board control from legacy media companies, who then necessarily see things through the lens of legacy media, and that they'll kind of make you do things that seem sensible to them, but aren't really don't make sense with the new technology. I should point out that I didn't actually at first intend to start a company. I tried to get a job at Netscape. I sent my resume into Netscape, but I don't think he ever saw my resume, and then nobody responded. So and then I tried hanging out in the lobby of Netscape to see if I could bump into someone, but I was too shy to talk to anyone. So I'm like, man, this is ridiculous. So I'll just write software myself and see how it goes. So it wasn't actually from the standpoint of I want to start a company. I just want to be part of building, the internet in some way. And since I couldn't get a job at an internet company, I had to start an internet company. AI will so profoundly change the future. It's difficult to fathom how much. But assuming things don't go awry, and AI doesn't kill us or will end itself, then you'll see ultimately an economy that is not 10 times more than the current economy. Ultimately, if we become, say, or whatever our future machine descendants, but mostly machine descendants, become a Kardashev scale 2 civilization or beyond, we're talking about an economy that is thousands of times, maybe millions of times bigger than the economy today. I did sort of feel a bit when I was in DC, taking a lot of flack for getting rid of waste and fraud, which was an interesting side quest, as side quests go. Fixing the government is kind of there's say the beach is dirty and there's some needles and feces and trash, and you want to clean up the beach. But then there's also this 1,000-foot wall of water, which is a tsunami of AI. And how much does cleaning the beach really matter if you got a 1,000-foot tsunami about to hit? Not that much. If you're trying to build a rocket or cars, or you're trying to have software that compiles and runs reliably, then you have to be maximally truth-seeking, or your software or your hardware won't work. You can't fool math and physics are rigorous judges. So I'm used to being in a maximally truth-seeking environment, and that's definitely not politics. So anyway, I'm glad to be back in technology.
I guess I'm kind of curious, going back to the Zip2 moment, you had hundreds of millions of dollars, or you had an exit worth of millions of dollars.
Yeah, I got $20 million.
Right. And you basically took it and you kept rolling with X.com, which became PayPal and Confinity.
Yes, I kept the chips on the table.
What drove you to jump back into the ring?
Well, I think I felt for with Zip2, we built like incredible technology, but it never really got used. I think, at least from my perspective, we had better technology than, say, Yahoo or anyone else, but it was constrained by our customers. And so I wanted to do something where, okay, we wouldn't be constrained by our customers, go direct to consumer. And that's what ended up being like X.com, PayPal, essentially X.com merging with Confinity, which together created PayPal. And then that actually, the sort of PayPal diaspora it might have created more companies than more companies than probably anything in the 21st century. So many talented people were at the combination of Confinity and X.com. So I just wanted to, like, I felt like we kind of got our wings clipped somewhat with Zip2, and it's like, okay, what if our wings aren't clipped and we go direct to consumer? And that's what PayPal ended up being. But yeah, I got that like $20 million check for my share of Zip2. At the time, I was living in a house with 4 housemates and had like 10 grand in the bank. And then this check arrives in the mail, of all places, and in the mail. And then my bank balance went from 10,000 to 20 million and 10,000. You're like, well, okay. Still have to pay taxes on that and all, but then I ended up putting almost all of that into X.com. And as you said, like, just kind of keeping almost all the chips on the table.
From coding his first software to nearly losing everything on Tesla and SpaceX, Elon's early struggles reveal the cost of betting on breakthrough technologies. Now he explains how these companies aren't separate ventures. They're interconnected pieces of a larger mission to preserve human consciousness across multiple worlds. Chapter 2, Engineering a Multi-Planet Civilization.
And then after PayPal, I was kind of curious as to why we had not sent anyone to Mars. And I went on the NASA website to find out when we're sending people to Mars, and there was no date. I thought maybe it was just hard to find on the website, but in fact, there was no real plan to send people to Mars. And I'm definitely summarizing a lot here, but my first idea was to do a philanthropic mission to Mars called Life to Mars, where it would send a small greenhouse with seeds and dehydrated nutrient gel, land that on Mars and grow, hydrate the gel, and then you'd have this great sort of money shot of green plants on a red background. For the longest time, by the way, I didn't realize money shot, I think, is a porn reference. But anyway, the point is that would be the great shot of green plants on a red background, and to try to inspire, NASA and the public to send astronauts to Mars. And along the way, by the way, I went to Russia in like 2001 and 2002 to buy ICBMs, which is like, that's an adventure. You go and meet with Russian high command and say, I'd like to buy some ICBMs.
This was to get to space. As a rocket.
Not to nuke anyone, but they had to, as a result of arms reduction talks, they had to actually destroy a bunch of their big nuclear missiles. So I was like, well, how about if we take 2 of those, minus the nuke, add an additional upper stage for Mars. But it was kind of trippy, being in Moscow in 2001 negotiating with.
You don't need a second job. You just need to learn how to talk to AI. Let's be real. Most people over 40 use ChatGPT like it's Google. Copy, paste, ask a basic question, move on. That's not how smart people use AI. Tomorrow, we're starting the 28-day AI challenge for beginners over 40. Just 15 minutes a day to level up. In 1 week, you'll feel unstoppable. In 2 weeks, you'll have your strategy. In a month, you'll wonder why you didn't start.
Like the Russian military to buy ICBMs. Like, that's crazy. I was like, man, these things are getting really expensive. And then I came to realize that actually the problem was not that there was insufficient will to go to Mars, but there was no way to do so without breaking the budget, even breaking the NASA budget. So that's where I decided to start SpaceX to advance rocket technology to the point where we could send people to Mars. And that was in 2002.
So that wasn't, you didn't start out wanting to start a business. You wanted to start just something that was interesting to you, that you thought humanity needed. It turns out this could be a very profitable business.
I mean, it is now, but there have been no prior example of really a rocket startup succeeding. There have been various attempts to do commercial rocket companies, and they all failed. So again, with SpaceX, starting SpaceX was really from the standpoint of like, I think there's like a less than 10% chance of being successful. If a startup doesn't do something to advance rocket technology, it's definitely not coming from the big defense contractors because they just impedance match to the government, and the government just wants to do very conventional things. So it's either coming from a startup or it's not happening at all. So like a small chance of success is better than no chance of success. And even like when recruiting people, I didn't like try to, make out that I said, we're probably going to die, but small chance we might not die. But this is the only way to get people to Mars and advance the state of the art. And then I ended up being chief engineer of the rocket, not because I wanted to, but because I couldn't hire anyone who was good. So like none of the good sort of chief engineers would join because they're like, this is too risky, you're going to die. And so then I ended up being chief engineer of the rocket. And, the first 3 flights did fail. So it's a bit of a learning exercise there. And fourth one fortunately worked. But if the fourth one hadn't worked, I had no money left, and it would have been curtains. So it was a pretty close thing. If the fourth launch of Falcon not work, it would have been just curtains, and we would have just joined the graveyard of prior rocket startups. So like my estimate of success was not far off. We made it by the skin of our teeth. Tesla was happening sort of simultaneously. Like 2008 was a rough year because at mid 2008, the third launch of SpaceX had failed, a third failure in a row. The Tesla financing round had failed. And so Tesla was going bankrupt fast. It was just a tale of warning, an exercise in hubris.
Probably throughout that period, a lot of people were saying, Elon is a software guy. Why is he working on hardware?
100%. So you can look at because there's still the press of that time is still online. You can just search it. And they kept calling me internet guy. So like internet guy, aka fool, is attempting to build a rocket company. And it does sound pretty absurd. Like internet guy starts rocket company. Doesn't sound like a recipe for success, frankly. So I didn't hold it against them. I was like, yeah, admittedly it does sound improbable. And I agree that it's improbable. But fortunately, the fourth launch worked, and NASA awarded us a contract to resupply the space station. It was like right before Christmas, because even the fourth launch working wasn't enough to succeed. NASA also needed a big contract to keep us alive. So I got that call from like the NASA team, and they said, we're awarding you one of the contracts to resupply the space station. And I like literally blurted out, I love you guys, which is not normally what they hear. And then we closed the Tesla financing round on the last hour of the last day that it was possible, which was 6 p.m. December 24th, 2008. We would have bounced payroll 2 days after Christmas if that round hadn't closed.
It feels like one of the through lines was being able to find and eventually attract the smartest possible people in those particular fields. What would you tell to, the Elon who's never had to do that yet?
I generally think to try to be as useful as possible. It's so hard to be useful, especially to be useful to a lot of people, where you say the area under the curve of total utility is like how useful have you been to your fellow human beings times how many people. It's almost like the physics definition of true work. It's incredibly difficult to do that. And I think if you aspire to do true work, your probability of success is much higher. Like, don't aspire to glory, aspire to work.
How can you tell that it's true work? Like, is it external? Is it like what happens with other people, or, what the product does for people? Like what is that for you?
I mean, in terms of your end product, you just have to say like, well, if this thing is successful, how useful will it be to how many people? That's what I mean. And, whether you're CEO or any role in a startup, you do whatever it takes to succeed. And just always be smashing your ego. Internalize responsibility. A major failure mode is when ego to ability ratio is double greater than sine 1. If your ego to ability ratio gets too high, then you're going to basically break the feedback loop to reality. In AI terms, you'll break your RL loop. So you don't want to break you want to have a strong RL loop, which means internalizing responsibility and minimizing ego, and you do whatever the task is, no matter whether it's grand or humble. Actually, I prefer the term engineering as opposed to research. And I actually don't want it to call XAI a lab. I just want it to be a company. It's like whatever the simplest, most straightforward, ideally lowest ego terms are. Those are generally a good way to go. You want to just close the loop on reality hard. That's a super big deal.
I think everyone in this room really looks up to everything you've done around being sort of a paragon of first principles, and thinking about the stuff you've done. How do you actually determine your reality? People who have never made anything, non-engineers, they will criticize you. But then clearly you have another set of people who are builders, who are in your circle? Like, how should people approach that? You need to make your way in this world. Here, here's how to construct a reality that is predictive from first principles.
Well, the tools of physics are incredibly helpful to understand and make progress in any field. The first principles obviously just means break things down to the fundamental axiomatic elements that are most likely to be true, and then reason up from there as cogently as possible, as opposed to reasoning by analysis or metaphor. And then it just simple things like thinking in the limit. Like if you extrapolate, minimize this thing or maximize that thing, thinking in the limit is very, very helpful. I'd use all the tools of physics. They apply to any field. This is like a superpower, actually. So you can take for example, like rockets. You could say, well, how much should a rocket cost? The typical approach to that people would take to how much a rocket should cost is they would look historically at what the cost of rockets are, and assume that any new rocket must be somewhat similar to the prior cost of rockets. A first principles approach would be you look at the materials that the rocket is comprised of. So if that's aluminum, copper, carbon fiber, steel, whatever the case may be, and say how much does that rocket weigh, and what are the constituent elements and how much do they weigh? What is the material price per kilogram of those constituent elements? And that sets the actual floor on what a rocket can cost. It can asymptotically approach the cost of the raw materials. And then you realize, actually, the raw materials of a rocket are only maybe 1 or 2% of the historical cost of a rocket. So the manufacturing must necessarily be very inefficient if the raw material cost is only 1 or 2%. That would be a first principles analysis of the potential for cost optimization of a rocket. And that's before you get to reusability. To give an AI example, I guess, last year for XAI, when we were trying to build a training supercluster, we went to the various suppliers to ask that we needed 100,000 H100s to be able to train coherently. Their estimates for how long it would take to complete that were 18 to 24 months. It's like, well, we need to get that done in 6 months, or we won't be competitive. So then if you break that down, what are the things you need? Well, you need a building, you need power, you need cooling. We didn't have enough time to build a building from scratch, so we've had to find an existing building. So we found a factory that was no longer in use in Memphis that used to build Electrolux products. But then the input power was 15 megawatts, and we needed 150 megawatts. So we rented generators and had generators on one side of the building. And then we have to have cooling. So we rented about a quarter of the mobile cooling capacity of the US and put the chillers on the other side of the building. But that didn't fully solve the problem because the power variations during training are very big. So you can have power can drop by 50% in 100 milliseconds, which the generators can't keep up with. So then we added Tesla Megapacks and modified the software in the Megapacks to be able to smooth out the power variation during the training run.
Why is Amazon paying me $63,000 a month? Well, I didn't make this kind of money selling yoga.
It sounds like almost any of those things you mentioned, I could imagine someone telling you very directly, no, you can't have that. You can't have that power. You can't have this. And it sounds like one of the salient pieces of first principles thinking is actually, let's ask why. Let's figure that out. And actually, let's challenge the person across the table. And if I don't get an answer that I feel good about, I'm going to, not allow that to be, I'm not going to let that no to stand.
I think these general principles of first principle thinking apply to software and hardware, apply to anything really. I'm just using kind of a hardware example of how we were told something is impossible, but once we broke it down into the constituent elements of we need a building, we need power, we need cooling, we need power smoothing, and then we could solve those constituent elements. But it was, and then we just ran the networking operation to do all the cabling, everything in 4 shifts, 24/7. And I was like sleeping in the data center and also doing cabling myself.
With rockets built and electric vehicles scaling, the final challenge isn't mechanical, it's intelligence itself. In this final chapter, Elon shares his timeline for artificial general intelligence, why truth-seeking AI matters, and his predictions for technologies that could reshape everything we know about human capability. Chapter 3. The future of AI, robots, and human evolution.
Is it your view that, training's still working and, the scaling laws still hold, and whoever wins this race will have basically the biggest, smartest possible model that you could distill?
Well, there's other various elements that decide competitiveness for large AI. There's for sure the talent of the people. the scale of the hardware matters and how well you're able to bring that hardware to bear. So you can't just order a whole bunch of GPUs and then you can't just plug them in. So you've got to get a lot of GPUs and have them trained coherently and stably. Then it's like, what unique access to data do you have? I guess distribution matters to some degree as well. Like, how do people get exposed to your AI? Those are critical factors for if it's going to be like a large foundation model that's competitive. And like right now we're training Grok 3.5, which is a heavy focus on reasoning.
What I heard for reasoning is hard science, particularly physics textbooks, are very useful for reasoning, whereas I think researchers have told me that social sciences, totally useless reasoning.
Yes, that's probably true. There's something that's going to be very important in the future is combining deep AI, the data center or supercluster, with robotics. Things like the Optimus humanoid robot. Yeah, Optimus is awesome. There's going to be so many humanoid robots and robots of all sizes and shapes. But my prediction is that there will be more humanoid robots by far than all other robots combined, by maybe an order of magnitude, like a big difference.
Is it true that you're planning a robot army of a sort?
Whether we do it or whether Tesla does it, Tesla works closely with XAI. Like, you've seen how many humanoid robot startups are there. Like, it's like, I think Jensen Huang was on stage with a massive number of robots from different companies. I think there was like a dozen different humanoid robots. I mean, I guess, part of what I've been fighting and maybe what has slowed me down somewhat is that I'm a little, I don't want to make Terminator real. I've been sort of, I guess, at least until recent years, dragging my feet on AI and humanoid robotics. And then I sort of come to the realization it's happening whether I do it or not. So you got really two choices. You could either be a spectator or a participant. And so I'm like, well, I guess I'd rather be a participant than a spectator. And so now it's, pedal to the metal on humanoid robots and digital superintelligence.
So I guess, there's a third thing that everyone has heard you talk a lot about that I'm really a big fan of, becoming a multiplanetary species. How do you think about it? There's, AI, obviously, there's embodied robotics, and then there's being a multiplanetary species. Does everything sort of feed into that last point? Or, what are you driven by right now for the next 10, 20, and 100 years?
Geez, 100 years? Man, I hope civilization's around in 100 years. If it is around, it's going to look very different from civilization today. I mean, I'd predict that there's going to be at least 5 times as many humanoid robots as there are humans, maybe 10 times. One way to look at the progress of civilization is percentage completion Kardashev. So if you're, Kardashev scale 1, you've harnessed all the energy of a planet. Now, in my opinion, we've only harnessed maybe 1 or 2% of Earth's energy. So we've got a long way to go to be Kardashev scale 1. Then Kardashev 2, you've harnessed all the energy of a sun, which would be, I don't know, 1 billion times more energy than Earth, maybe closer to 1 trillion. And then Kardashev 3 would be all the energy of a galaxy, pretty far from that. So we're at the very, very early stage of the intelligence Big Bang. I hope we're, in terms of being multiplanetary, like I think we'll have enough mass transferred to Mars within like roughly 30 years to make Mars self-sustaining, such that Mars can continue to grow and prosper, even if the resupply ships from Earth stop coming. That greatly increases the probable lifespan of civilization or consciousness or intelligence, both biological and digital. And I'm somewhat troubled by the Fermi paradox, like, why have we not seen any aliens? And it could be because intelligence is incredibly rare, and maybe we're the only ones in this galaxy, in which case the intelligence of consciousness is this like tiny candle in a vast darkness, and we should do everything possible to ensure the tiny candle does not go out. And being a multi-planet species, or making consciousness multiplanetary, greatly improves the probable lifespan of civilization. And it's the next step before going to other star systems. Once you at least have 2 planets, then you've got a forcing function for the improvement of space travel, and that ultimately is what will lead to consciousness expanding to the stars.
The Fermi paradox dictates once you get to some level of technology, you destroy yourself. What would you prescribe to, a room full of engineers? Like, what can we do to prevent that from happening?
Yeah, how do we avoid the great filters? One of the great filters would obviously be global thermonuclear war. So we should try to avoid that. Building benign AI, AI that loves humanity, and robots that are helpful. So, something that I think is extremely important in building AI is a very rigorous adherence to truth, even if that truth is politically incorrect. My intuition for what could make AI very dangerous is if you force AI to believe things that are not true.
How do you think about, there's sort of this argument for open for safety versus closed for competitive edge. There's fast takeoff and it's only in one person's hands. That might, sort of collapse a lot of things. Whereas now we have choice, which is great. How do you think about this?
Yeah, I do think there will be several deep intelligences, maybe at least 5. I'm not sure that there's going to be hundreds, but it's probably close to, like, maybe there'll be like 10 or something like that, of which maybe 4 will be in the US. But yeah, several deep intelligences.
What will these deep intelligences actually be doing? Will it be scientific research or trying to hack each other?
Probably all of the above. I mean, hopefully they will discover new physics, and I think they will definitely going to invent new technologies. Like, I think we're quite close to digital superintelligence. It may happen this year, and if it doesn't happen this year, next year for sure. A digital superintelligence defined as smarter than any human at anything.
Well, so how do we direct that to sort of superabundance? We could have robotic labor, we have cheap energy, intelligence on demand. Is that sort of the white pill? Like, where do you sit on the spectrum? And are there tangible things that you would encourage everyone here to be working on to make that white pill actually reality?
I think it most likely will be a good outcome. I guess I'd sort of agree with Jeff Hinton that maybe it's a 10 to 20% chance of annihilation. But look on the bright side, that's 80 to 90% probability of a great outcome. Yeah, I can't emphasize this enough. A rigorous adherence to truth is the most important thing for AI safety, and obviously empathy for humanity and life as we know it.
You're working on closing the input and output gap between humans and machines. How critical is that to AGI, ASI, and once that link is made, can we not only read but also write?
The Neuralink is not necessary to solve digital superintelligence. That'll happen before Neuralink is at scale. But what Neuralink can effectively do is solve the input-output bandwidth constraints. With a Neuralink interface, you can massively increase your output bandwidth and your input bandwidth. Input being write to you have to do write operations to the brain. We have now 5 humans who have received the kind of the read input, where it's reading signals, and you've got people with ALS who really have they're tetraplegics, but they can now communicate at similar bandwidth to a human with a fully functioning body and control their computer and phone, which is pretty cool. In the next 6 to 12 months, we'll be doing our first implants for vision, where even if somebody's completely blind, we can write directly to the visual cortex, and we've had that working in monkeys. One of our monkeys now has had the visual implant for 3 years. At first, it'll be relatively fairly low resolution, but long term, you would have very high resolution and be able to see in multispectral wavelengths. So you could see an infrared, ultraviolet, radar, like a superpower situation. At some point, the cybernetic implants would not simply be correcting things that went wrong, but augmenting human capabilities dramatically. But digital superintelligence will happen well before that.
Want to know the simple math that separates successful affiliates from the ones who quit? Most people think affiliate marketing.
I guess one of the limiting reagents to all of your efforts across all of these different domains is access to the smartest possible people. Like, what's going to happen in 5-10 years, and what should the people in this room do to make sure that they're the ones who are creating instead of maybe below the API line?
Well, they call it the singularity for a reason, because we don't know what's going to happen. In the not that far future, the percentage of intelligence that is human will be quite small. At some point, the collective sum of human intelligence will be less than 1% of all intelligence.
I guess just to end off, where do we go? How do we go from here? I mean, all of this is pretty wild sci-fi stuff that also could be built by the people in this room. Do you have a closing thought for the smartest technical people of this generation right now?
If you're doing something useful, that's great. Just try to be as useful as possible to your fellow human beings, and that then you're doing something good. I keep harping on this, like, focus on super truthful AI. That's the most important thing for AI safety. Obviously, if anyone's interested in working at XAI, please let us know. We're aiming to make Grok the maximally truth-seeking AI. Hopefully, we can understand the nature of the universe. That's really, I guess, what AI can hopefully tell us. Maybe AI can maybe tell us, where are the aliens? You know, how did the universe really start? How will it end? What are the questions that we don't know that we should ask? And are we in a simulation? Or what level of simulation are we in?
Well, I think we're going to find
Am
out.
I an NPC?
From first principles thinking to multiplanetary civilization, this conversation shows how Elon approaches humanity's biggest challenges, not as abstract problems, but as engineering puzzles to solve. If you enjoyed this, we've selected 2 more videos you'll find fascinating. Check them out on your screen now, and subscribe for more content that cuts through the noise to show you what's really shaping our future.
Elon, thank you so much for joining us. Everyone, please give it up for Elon Musk.
What's really shaping our future?
Elon.
You ever wonder if AI could get, say, 100 times smarter almost overnight? Well, get ready, because today we're talking about GPT-5, the next big leap that's about to completely change how we interact with artificial intelligence, moving from something like a basic calculator to a supercomputer in your pocket. This isn't just an upgrade. It's a massive shift that's right around the corner, and the best part is you'll soon be able to try it out for free. So, you know how sometimes you have to pick different tools for different jobs, like using a hammer for a nail and a screwdriver for a screw? Well, with older AI models, it was a bit like that. You had one model for text, another for images, and maybe another one for a specific task. It could get a little confusing, often leading to a 30% increase in workflow complexity for users. GPT-5 is here to solve that. The biggest thing about GPT-5 is that it's a unified reasoning model. That's a fancy way of saying it's all in one. It combines everything into a single brain, reducing the need for multiple specialized models by over 80%. So, it doesn't matter if you're asking it to write an article, describe a picture, or tell you about a song. It all goes through one system. This makes it smarter and more efficient, potentially boosting task completion rates by up to 2x. It's like having a single, super smart assistant who can do everything, and not a bunch of different ones who only know one thing. It also means that when you're using it, you don't have to worry about which version to pick. The AI itself is smart enough to figure out what you need, dynamically allocating resources with an estimated 50% improvement in decision-making logic. It can switch between giving you a quick, simple answer and doing a deep, multi-step analysis without you even having to ask. It just knows. This makes the whole experience much smoother and easier for everyone. Have you ever felt overwhelmed by all the different AI options out there? One of the most frustrating things about older chatbots was their short-term memory. You would have a long conversation, and after a while, they would forget what you talked about at the beginning. It was like talking to someone who had a really short attention span. GPT-5 is changing that in a huge way with what's called a massive context window. What is a context window? It's basically how much information the AI can remember and understand at one time. And with GPT-5, this window is massive. We're talking about up to 1 million tokens. To give you an idea of what that means, 1 million tokens is roughly the length of 5 full-length novels.
Imagine this. You could give GPT-5 an entire book, or a massive amount of code, or even all the conversations you've had with it over weeks, and it would remember and understand all of it perfectly. It can analyze huge documents, keep track of complex projects, and have conversations that last for a really long time without forgetting a single detail from the start. It's a game changer for anyone who works on big projects or needs to do a lot of research. No more repeating yourself. No more having to copy and paste old information. It just remembers. It's a true step towards an AI that can keep up with us in a real long-term conversation. Another major upgrade in GPT-5 is its ability to handle different types of information, or what's known as multimodality. Older models were mostly about text. You typed something and it gave you text back. GPT-4.0 started to get into images and voice, but GPT-5 is taking it to a whole new level. With GPT-5, you can give it text, images, and voice all at the same time. You could, for example, show it a picture of a diagram and ask it to explain it out loud. It would be able to process both the visual and the audio input and give you a coherent response. The big news here is that it's also expected to handle video in the future. So you could upload a video and ask it questions about what's happening in it. This opens up a whole world of possibilities. You could use it to create a voice-narrated tutorial from a simple drawing, or to analyze a chart in a picture and explain the numbers. It's about breaking down the barriers between different types of information. It makes the AI feel more like a natural part of our lives, able to understand the world in the same way we do through a combination of things we see, hear, and read. Now, for the important part, how do you actually get your hands on this thing? Because a new AI is great and all, but if you can't use it, what's the point? GPT-5 is going to be available in a few different versions or editions to suit different needs. There's the main edition, which will have all the fancy features and the biggest context window. This will probably be for the paid subscriptions like what we have with the current ChatGPT Plus. Then there will be a mini and a nano version. The mini will be a good balance of performance and cost, and the nano will be for more lightweight tasks, probably for developers who need to put it into their own apps. The really exciting part is a lot of GPT-5's core features, including its massive 1 million token context window, are going to be available for free. This is happening through a stealth launch on OpenRouter.ai via a version called Quasar Alpha. You can simply visit OpenRouter.ai, click Chat, select Quasar Alpha GPT-5, and start using this powerful AI with no account or cost. This democratizes access to cutting-edge technology. Beyond just being smarter, GPT-5 also introduces advanced agent capabilities. This means it can handle multi-step tasks autonomously, acting as a true personal assistant, like scheduling meetings and sending emails all by itself. Another cool feature is user-controlled memory. It remembers your preferences and past projects, but you decide what it stores and for how long, even offering temporary chats with no memory. Performance is vastly improved, especially in complex math and coding. It's showing capabilities at a senior developer level for programming tasks. The official public launch is expected in early August 2025. However, you can already try a free version called Quasar Alpha on OpenRouter.ai, so the future is accessible now. GPT-5 is not just another update, it's a completely new way of thinking about AI. It's a single, powerful brain that can reason, remember, and understand the world in multiple ways. It's an AI that's more like a partner than a tool. With its unified intelligence, incredible memory, and true multimodality, it's a huge leap forward. And the fact that a big part of it is accessible for free right now is a game changer. It's a chance for everyone to experience the future of AI without any barriers. So, what are you waiting for? Head over to OpenRouter.ai and give it a try. Let us know in the comments what you think and what you're most excited to use it for. We hope you enjoyed this video. If you did, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to our channel.
Let's say I'm working on a research paper about the future of renewable energy, and I come across a study with findings I want to include.
Well, I think that concludes our show. For now, as of right now, the timer shows we've been online for 5 hours and 15 minutes. Just burning up bandwidth, watching videos, having a show party. Hope you had good popcorn. So come back around next time and we'll have another show and tell. Or watch show or show, I don't know. Watch party? There you go, that's the word. Alright. Later, guys.